All right, YouTube says that I am live. Looks like there's a few people here. Thanks. I don't know exactly how this is going to go. Hopefully, it'll be fun. Um, my plan is to start building a simple shopping cart web application. So we'll have listing of products, be able to navigate through them, and be able to add them to a shopping cart and go through a checkout process. I'm hearing there's a voice echo. Thank you. Let me see what I can do about that. How is this? Is this any better? I had two sources in my streaming program. I just turned one of them off. That makes sense. So I have got my editor here, and I haven't really done anything at all. So I'm going to make a project directory, take some notes about how I think I'll get started, and then dig into it. So let's do that. So I'll get a terminal up here. Got nothing in this project directory yet, so I'm going to make a shopping cart directory, get in there. Oh, hi, Ben. Doing well indeed. I'm happy to be doing a little programming on a Friday morning. I actually haven't done a lot of programming in like the last 3 or 4 weeks. It's been nice, at least not of my own stuff. Took a little vacation to New Orleans and uh, just relaxed when I got home, and that relaxation just kept on going. So I'm going to be using TypeScript for this. So I will do an npm init, and I'll just take all of the defaults here. And then once I've got my project directory, I can start with some notes. I'll just make a nice little to-do list for myself. So things that I've got to do are I want to come up with some kind of database schema for what I'm going to be doing. I need to install tooling. So for that, I'm going to need TypeScript tooling. I'm going to want some sort of test framework, and probably going to need some sort of backend server and front end build. I think on this first pass through, I'm just going to stick to kind of what I'm familiar with and do a pretty simplistic REST API backend server connection. I think once I get that in place, I'm interested in experimenting with some other things, like maybe check out React server components with Next.js, or I've done a little bit with like tRPC, which is like a TypeScript RPC system that would replace a REST API. So, but I'm just going to start simple. I don't know if anybody else is, I think I heard that you're not hearing feedback, but I'm hearing a little bit of feedback. I think I might have set up an audio monitor and not turned it off. Give me a second to see if I can turn that off. No, I don't have any monitoring on, so I don't know what that is. But this seems decent to me. I think I'm going to start outlining a pretty simple schema. I've already got a database diagram app loaded up. And I do have an eye on the chat, so if anybody has any questions or thoughts along the way, super happy to pause and answer them. If I like doing this and do it more, I'll probably try to figure out some better way to have more interactivity than just the stock YouTube chat, but I'm just trying it out. So I'm going to create, I'm gonna need a products table. One thing that I'm thinking is to use this is just sort of the default, when you start up this application, it gives you a little bit of a something to go with. So I'm going to erase this and replace it. But one thing that I'm going to do, excuse me, is be thoughtful of my database schema. And what I mean by schema there is the sort of the the namespace in the database. So I'm going to I've already got Postgres up and running, but I will connect to it. So I've got this Postigo client. So let me connect to that database and see what's inside of it. So I'll call this local database. I think I have this all set up. So yeah, I don't have any database or other user to connect with. So I'm going to connect to this, and I'm going to create a new database in here called shopping cart. And there is sort of a default namespace in this database. So I'm going to quickly create a table called products, just to demonstrate what I mean here. And then give it ID field, serial primary key. And so serial is saying I want it to be an integer, and I want it to auto increment whenever I create one. So it's a built-in Postgres type. When I create this table, I get to see that table here, and it's sort of floating out in sort of public. There's some folders here, and so by default, this is as if I had said create table public dot product. So if I go back in here and delete that table and go back to my query and run this again, that puts that table in a default public namespace. And that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but the more databases I've created and the more I've come to do this thing, I've started to take a habit of trying to be, from the beginning, more explicit about creating namespaces or schemas for my database tables. So not just shoving everything into public. There's really nothing that prevents you from creating foreign key relationships across these different tables. It's just sort of a nice way to organize it. So my thought here is that I'm going to create all of my tables in something like, might call this like, I don't know, call this like store. So anything to do with the store related concepts, I'm going to end up creating in their own. I have to create a schema. So I have to do create schema store to be able to create those products in it. In this way, I get them sort of kept in their own little world. So I have products are part of that store, and just a way to keep things organized. And then whenever I want to reference this table, I've got to select from store.products. There's nothing in there right now, so we won't get any results. But just a nice way to keep things organized and sort of in folders. And so this system lets us do that kind of thing. I'm going to delete this. We're going to say table store dot products. What does this syntax say? Invalid comment in the white space. All right, so I'm going to go look at these docs and see how do I define a scheme. So I say table core.user. I think it's just that without any column definitions, this tool doesn't like me defining that. So I'm going to give it an ID. Would be serial primary key this thing to do primary key to indicate that this is the primary key. But there's another thing to think about here, which is the type that I've chosen here. So I've chosen serial, which corresponds to integer type. Go there, yeah. And I'm going to look this up because I don't just want to make it up and be wrong. But there's a thought about what's the maximum size of this integer. So if we look for Postgres maximum integer value, so an integer is 4 bytes, and so this limits how many integers can be stored in 4 bytes. So this gives us 100,000 bins. So this is 2 billion. That's probably fine, especially for a little toy project. If I ever get 2 billion products in my database, that'll be wild. But it can be a sort of you hear stories of people who build these databases, and the point where they have more than this number of records in that table becomes potentially a huge problem because they need to do some sort of migration, some kind of change to get that database to have more than 2 billion records. And so the trade-off is you can use a big integer, which can store so many more values inside of it. This is getting ridiculous. The trade-off there is that you use twice as much space to store a big int versus a regular sized integer. And I was like, billion is pretty small for some things. And so, it's a trade-off. You got to think about it. So I just at least want to point out that it's an option there. In Postgres, you can use a big serial. And so this will keep an integer-based primary key. And if you end up with more than 2 billion records in that table, it'll be fine. You can go up to that many records in that table before you run out of integers. So I doubt for this project this will ever become a problem, but I'm going to use big integers where I'd use an integer. I'm going to use a title for this. I'm going to say the title is not null. How do they want me to say not null? Do they say required? No, I'm going to go to their documentation. What do they say about null? Oh, they put it in little square brackets. So I'm going to go ahead and say text not null. And that's what they are showing there. Thought here is like, should this be unique or not? I'm going to be okay if we want to add 2 products to the database with the same title. It might be confusing for someone browsing, but I think that is fine. And I'll probably do a description, also text. I'm going to say not null. It'd be right if someone puts in like a blank one, but I just want to make sure that it at least is not a null value. And then I'm going to do a price. Now, the price here, I have a tendency to, my default thought is to store price as an integer of the smallest currency that I'm going to think in. So if I'm thinking in US dollars, I'm thinking price in cents. And then anytime that I want to display that, I'll do some, math to display that. So I'm going to do an integer for the price. I'm going to say not null, and I want to indicate that this is going to be, can I specify a default here? Yeah, I can. So I can do a default. What am I doing? Not null, default, say 0. Something that I would like to do, I don't know how to indicate a check here, but I would like to say this must be greater than 0, or say greater than or equal to 0, because I don't want a negative price in this thing. So that'll be a note for myself. I just want to see if there's some way to indicate that in here. Oh, you can do a note. So I'll do a note here. So the note will be must be greater than or equal to 0. That's nice. I'll print that little note out there. And I think that's enough to start with for products. And this is where I'm going to start. I think one table is going to be fine to get me going. I think that eventually there will be more, but I'll have plenty of work to do just with this simple table of products. Uh, and so I guess let's go to making this. I'm gonna go back to my editor here. So I've got a first pass at a schema. Feel okay about that. Provisionally muted. Saying that I am muted? That's a question of maybe quantity. This question, is it better to start with one table and expand or to have all the tables planned out? Uh, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to say that that depends. I would definitely say like my tendency is to want to plan out more. Uh, and I feel like that can often go towards over planning. I think what I like about today, starting with just one table, is that there's a lot of other supporting details that I have to build up around this table. So I want to create some automation to create this table. I want to create some automation to fill this table with test data. And then I want to create the rest of the application to load and display this data. So I'm actually thinking I'm just going to go all the way to get to the point where I can load up a web page and display a list of products uh, before I go back and sort of figure out what to do next. I'm guessing, right? I'm probably going to want to have some sort of way to filter this based on category. So I might put that in there. Yeah, I think some idea of like an inventory system, so I know how many of this product are in there. But I think at this first pass, I'm more concerned with putting together all the supporting tooling around this. And so I just want just enough of a database to let me build out everything else, and then go back and figure out all those other things. I think what I like about this is that I feel the less work I do right now, the less likely I am to be wrong about it. Um, and so if I have to go back and add things to it, I'm less likely to go back and be changing this, and I'm more likely to be going back and growing it. Whereas if I go out and sort of predict what's going to be next, who knows, I might be wrong. Uh, Generally, I probably feel like I would probably be thinking about more than one table in a typical project at the very beginning. But because I'm kind of building in a vacuum, I don't know what else this is going to do yet. Like that. So I'm going to need some tooling, uh, and I'm going to want some way to create this in my application. So I've got npm installed. I want to set up TypeScript. So I'm gonna build this out with TypeScript. So that's going to be the first thing I'm going to go ahead and install because that's some sort of base level tooling. So I'm going to go search for TypeScript. Like TypeScript, it just kind of gives me more confidence and safety about what I am building. So let's see about getting started. Uh, Install TypeScript. TypeScript in your project. It's available on npm. Need a copy of Node.js. I'm pretty sure I've got that. I just want to go check what version of Node I'm using. I'm on Node 18. That is fine. I did see that Node version 20 is available now, and so I might as well, because I've got no reason not to, switch to Node 20. So I just wanted to get a quick look at where, can't see that because I've got my camera covering that. I'm going to move myself over here. I want to take a quick look at how I've installed Node on this computer because I forget because a long time ago, using NVM, which is a Node version manager, helps me install different versions of Node. And so I can ask for version 20. Download and install that. So now I have Node version 20 available. I'll clear this out, go into that shopping cart directory, and I want to make sure that this project always uses Node version 20. So I can touch an NVM RC file in this directory. So now I've got that file in here. And if I edit it, let me just say 20 here. So now if I go out of and back into that directory, I should look this up. I don't know because it's supposed to say like, hey, you've switched into that directory, NVM RC file. I create an NVM RC file which automatically changes node. Let's see what. I want to see V. So I think I want to put V20 in here, and then I can go back out here. Here I'm in Node version 20 and say I want to use Node 18. Now I'm using Node 18. If I switch into that directory, it doesn't find my NVMRC file, which is annoying. It's supposed to be that when you switch into a directory, if it finds an NVMRC, it'll automatically switch to use that. Maybe it's not set up to do on change directory. Use nvm use. It did find that file, so at least it's specifying in code, importantly, that I want to use a specific version of Node. So it's not ambiguous. It's just in code somewhere you can look at this and say like, cool, this project is intended to be run with version 20 of Node. So I like that. I actually like that so much. I'm going to make sure that I do git init in here. And I'm going to git add my NVMRC and my package file. And I'm going to say initialized npm and nvmrc. And then what I was doing before I got here is I was thinking about installing TypeScript. So I've got the Node version I want to, and I'm going to install TypeScript. So we'll take there, instructions to install. I've got TypeScript installed, and then once that package is installed, I need to run an initializer. So it'll be npx tsc. I want tsc init, and that'll create a configuration file. Initialize that, and it's created some things. So the deal with TypeScript is that it is going to rewrite the TypeScript source into JavaScript, and so there are some configurations, such as exactly which syntax of JavaScript. So JavaScript gets roughly a yearly update for the syntax as new features are built in. So this is going to say that TypeScript is going to rebuild the TypeScript into JavaScript, targeting the 2016 version of the language. It's got to choose which module system because the module systems change. So it's going to use common JS for what it builds into. So that's the require syntax. So you write TypeScript with imports and exports, and it's going to rewrite it into a form that looks like require. There's some other things I don't actually know off the top of my head a good way to explain all of these. Uh, what is really nice is strict true is this is going to be a version of TypeScript that is really forces you to type or define types for as many things as possible. And this will prevent a lot of code problems where like nulls appear or something like that. So I'm going to go strict true. I like that. We can go and actually look at the what this just created for us. So this created a tsconfig file. There's a lot of options for TypeScript. So if you need to go and do certain things, you can get all really specific with configuring all of this. Typically, the default configuration is more than enough. So I'm just going to go with the default configuration and be happy that this is TypeScript. So I've got TypeScript installed. Let's check out what we've got going on in Git. We've modified this file. I've got some new files. I've got a node modules directory, so I actually don't want to commit the node modules directory because there's a lot of code in here. If you look at like node modules, TypeScript, lib, big old stuff. I don't need to commit any of this to my repository. So I'm going to create a git ignore file, and then I can run code on that file and add node modules here. Which should, yeah, now Git is going to ignore that directory entirely, which is what I want. But I want to add package file, the package lock file, and that tsconfig file. I also want to add the git ignore file. So let's do git commit. I'm going to say installs, this commit installs TypeScript with defaults. All right. I feel pretty good about that. So I've got my TypeScript installed, and now I want to create the schema. I want to like actually connect to this database and start creating those tables. So for that, I'm going to need some sort of library to help me connect to the database. And I like using Node Postgres. It's a nice friendly library, so I'm going to have to install that. Go ahead, install Postgres, and I've got to create some source files. So it's sort of, early thing I'm going to do with this is I'm going to create a source code file that just connects and creates a database client. So make a directory for this, and I'm also going to make a database directory. I think that's kind of habitual for me at this point. And I'm going to make a client file. I'm going to make this a TypeScript file. So in this file, not much is going to look that wildly different. I'm just going to do from JavaScript, if you're familiar with that. So I'm going to import something from Postgres, and I'm going to import, we've got some choices here. I can import client, or I can import pool. And I'm probably going to import pool. So either of these things are ways to connect to a database. And I'll sort of draw out sort of the thinking here. So if I've got my application here, And I've also got a database here. And inside of my application, I have a client. And I've got users are going to come along. Right, so this is some user using the application. They're going to send a request into my application. And sorry, I see a question about the TypeScript installation, so I'm going to answer that quickly. Do you have to install TypeScript every time in order to use TypeScript? Yeah, so I can create a TypeScript file in my editor no matter what, because my editor supports TypeScript and will know what that syntax is. But if I want to use it with all the other tooling like npm or some other things that I'm going to get to in a second, you'll always need some extra supporting tooling for TypeScript. So if you want to use it in a project, you will have to do all that installation support, the syntax support from the editor. Once you've installed the TypeScript plugins and stuff, that'll always be there, regardless of whether or not you can actually run it. But okay, I've got so this idea. Getting back to this, so the user comes in, makes a request to the application, and then if I use client, that request sort of uses this client object to make a request to the database. Database sends that data back, and we can send it back to that user. The issue with this is that user 2 comes along and they make a request at the same time. And, this arrow here for this request, we're going to make this green. This is request 1. Let's say that this whole round trip, at least on this side of the thing here, let's say that takes, 100 milliseconds or something. Some amount of time. It's pretty quick, but it's not instantaneous. And the trouble is only one of those can be happening at a time on this client. And so what will happen is that this user, if they're making a request during that time, they will wait until this one finishes, and then their request can go on through and follow that loop, get their data back on through. So if we use client, we'll be blocked because there's only one client inside of the application that can ask for data from the database, and until it comes back, everybody else has to wait in line. Sort of like you're at the grocery store, you're in line. There's only one there's only one person who will check you out. If everybody gets in the line at the same time, you've all got to wait. And so the alternative to this is the pool. So with pool, you create a pool, and then inside of that pool, there can be multiple clients. I'd like client. If I can move the text up top there, we can say a pool has multiple clients, and there might be more than 2. But this way, both people can come in at the same time, ask for their data, and then both of these clients can go out, ask for data at the same time, and get it back and send it back to that user. And then this one can go get that data, send it back. Again, right, we have 2 clients, 2 users that can both run concurrently. If we had 3 users and there's only 2 clients in the pool, then one of those 3 will have to wait. So you can set your pool to be a certain size. You can say, I want a certain number of clients in that pool. So client certainly is a way in PG to get data from a database, but typically and often in production systems, you're going to use a pool so that you can have sort of more than one request come through at a time without forcing everybody to wait here for that one client to become available. Nice thing about Node is that pooling is uh, automatically handled. Uh, so you don't have to think too much about how to 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 deal with that. So this is we'd say pool equals new pool. And if you run pool.query, the process of queuing that and sort of picking one of those clients out of that pool is all handled for us. It's transparent. We don't have to think too much about it. Uh, See the question about scaling. Be happy to talk more about that, but I'm not sure exactly what the question there is. But this is sort of a choice that we have to make here with Postgres is, do we use client or pool? And so typically going to use pool. Yep, pooling can be used for scaling, exactly. Uh, so I'm going to use pool because using client directly will, there might be a specific case where you don't want that scalability. But typically pool is going to be the thing that I'm going to reach for. We just hit into a TypeScript thing, which is Postgres, the library, doesn't include its own types for TypeScript. And this is pretty common that not all libraries include their own types. So there is a community project called Definitely Typed, uh, where there are just type definitions written out for these. Look how this is just, I'm going to scroll forever. A lot of libraries uh, that don't have their own types built in, the community builds out types for them as part of definitely typed. And so it's not uncommon when using TypeScript that you use a module and it'll say, could not find a declaration file for this. Try installing at types/pg. And if there are community supported types for that, you will get them. So we'll do save dev types pg, and now that makes TypeScript happy that we have types for pool. Um, and so this is cool. I do have, you're going to start to see these suggestions here. I do have Copilot turned on. I do enjoy it. I'm going to use it. Uh, and so uh, Copilot is correctly assuming that probably the most likely thing that I want to do after importing pool is to create one. Now I want to know what sort of configuration can I use with pooling. And this is where TypeScript is really handy. I'm doing command click on a Mac to that, and that jumps to the definition for a pool. So this is the constructor function, and this shows me that there is a type for that configuration object. And so if I command click on pool config, I get right to the definition for how to configure this. And so I can see that these keys are max, min, some timeout things, uh, how to log from this. So this is how I configure the scalability of my pool. I want to say, what's the minimum number of clients in that pool? What's the maximum number of clients in that pool? Idle timeout is, so one thing is that clients in a connection pool are not free. At some point, if you have, like hundreds or thousands of clients all connecting to your database, you're going to overload that database. So at some point, you do actually want to create a line that people have to get into. And so what this configuration says for the pool, let's say if you've got you know a lot of requests come in really quickly, it'll start up a bunch of new clients. But then if requests die down, you want to delete those clients from that pool if they haven't had a request in some amount of time. This says like, all right, I want a client in the pool to be deleted if it hasn't been used, in 10 seconds or something like that. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go to my client And I'm going to say that I want my minimum pool size to be 1. And I want my maximum pool size, I'm just going to go with 10. I don't know why. I'm just guessing at this point what's going to be useful. And I'll do like a 5-second timeout there. Again, don't know what's actually the best thing to do here, but it's the way I'm going to do it. I'm going to export that pool. There's one thing that I do think I have to set a database connection data for this, and I didn't see that. Pool config extends client config. So there's some other options that I can set here that are from here. Here we are, yeah. So I can set things like host, port, connection string. And I'm going to go with connection string for this. I'm going to do connection string, and this is somewhere where Copilot is sort of assuming, hey, you probably want to use an environment variable. And I think that I probably do want to use an environment variable. This is going to be something like, oh, Copilot, you know so many things, it's worrisome. But this is what the connection string is going to be something like this. This is how to connect to this database. So in order to do that, I'm going to have to get this into my environment. This actually is the correct connection string, I think. I'll try that. So I've got my pool set up. I'm going to go ahead and commit some things. I'm going to add the package files. And I'm actually going to commit these as 2 steps. My first step is that I installed Postgres. So I'm going to do git commit -m installed. This commit installs Postgres and types, say, actually like PG and types for PG. And then I'm going to add my source directory. Going to be, and I'm looking at this. I mean, I started calling this client. I'm probably just going to name this file pool because that's what it exports, and that's a little more specific. I don't like having, file named client exports a thing called pool. So I've got to add source directory again. And now Git's happy to say that's a new file. So I'm going to say this commit creates Postgres pool with best guess configuration. And I made a typo there, so I'll do amend this commit just to redo that. Amend is a way to go back and modify the most recent commit. So now I've got my pool, and I'd like a way to execute a query with that pool. And I'm actually going to put that in its own file. So I've got the pool here, and I like making a helper for this called exec query. We will do export const exec query equals something that's going to take in this is true, I want query, which is a string. This is where I have to start doing some TypeScript. So query is a string, and values is that sort of positional array that I want to filter in. So I'm going to say values is an optional array here. And I want to do this. All right, Copilot being really very helpful there. Don't want quite all that. And I'm going to do here, I want to get the pool. And just want to import this, add import from pool. And then I can do pool.query. and pass in query.values. And so right now this is a pretty thin helper function. It's not doing a whole lot yet, but again, this is just sort of habitual for me. I like to wrap this function. Typically, there's going to be things that I'm going to want to do that apply to every query. If I want to do some sort of centralized error handling or logging or other things, I'm just kind of giving myself a function to hang those on later. So I've got a function called exec query. I like this because it means when I want to execute a query, I don't have to even know that there's a pool there going on. So if I ever wanted to, like, say, this is a little bit defensive, if I want to replace, switch out something else, I don't want to use this pool. I don't have to go and update all of that code. It kind of isolates the knowledge of parts of these systems. So I've got some database connection, a helper function to execute a query, and now I want to actually create my database. So I will make a file here. We'll do create, it's called setup db, this TS file. So I'm just going to do, let's say, like, long term, I would probably do something a little bit different, but for right now, for simplicity, I'm going to make a function that every time that I run it will completely delete and recreate my database. It'd be nice to be able to do that more incrementally or have more control, but it'll be nice to be able to do this incrementally. And before I do that, I want to add my exec query function. I'm going to say this commit creates light utility wrapper for PG queries. Okay, so I need my function here, setup db, and run. This is going to be an async function because I'm going to be doing database things with it. So the first thing that I want to do, make a little outline for myself here, is I'm going to drop existing tables, schema. Yeah, drop, create, and populate. I will create tables and schema. Initially, look how smart Copilot is. It already knows the things we're going to do because we all do the same things. So we're going to do exec query here. So that'll import it. And so this is where Copilot's doesn't know exactly what I'm planning on doing here. I am going to drop schema if exists. And what did I say I was going to put all this in? So this is one of the reasons why I want to use that schema, store, drop schema, store if exists. And I've got to do a cascade. So this is a cool thing about the schema, is that if I drop the schema, it's going to drop everything in that schema. So all the tables and everything should go away. I've also got another thing that I like. This is a editor plugin that I've installed, which is if you prefix one of these strings with a comment that tells the editor that it's a different language, that it should syntax highlight it. And I like that for SQL. I don't remember the exact name of which plugin that is. Highlight. Can I find installed? Okay, I have a lot of installed. That's fine. SQL Tools, SQL Beautify. I don't know. I don't remember. It's been such a long time since I've installed this, but it's an editor plugin that sort of recognizes this comment in front of that string and syntax highlights the content inside of it. I really like it. maybe I will make a note in my to-do. It'll be like find out which plugin is syntax highlighting via comment. It's really nice to get that syntax highlighting in there. I was going to say drop everything in that schema if it exists, so I don't have to individually drop all the tables inside of it. And then I want to await this, and then I will do create schema store. So like drop existing tables in schema, create new tables in schema. So I create the schema store, and then I will create table store.products. Look how much it's already got there, but it thinks I want to do something else. I'm going to go to this database diagram tool, and does this got to sign into export? Right, there's not very much going on here, so I can do this by hand. I'll want that out. So I've got Copilot doesn't know about big serial. I'm going to use big serial, and we'll do title text not null. But what's really nice about Copilot is that because I pasted it in here, now Copilot knows about this. And so it's going to fill out here with that. Copilot is so good. It even like saw this note and filled it in as a check here. That is pretty smart of that thing. That is able to derive from this context that this note should be written as a Postgres check. And so this check is a way to say, hey, Postgres, you should fail to insert or modify a record if we set the price to a number that is not greater than or equal to 0. So this will prevent negative prices. Copilot is, I think they make you pay for it now. It is, you get a free trial. I think, yeah, I'm on the $10 a month plan. And then it's an extension that you install into VS Code. Yeah, there's a lot of controversy about Copilot. And the question is like, is it good? I think it's good. I mean, it's certainly capable. That I wrote this note, and it knew by context because it was in the same file that if I was going to put a price in here, that it should do price greater than or equal to 0 as a check. So that's good. What's not so good is that when I started creating this table, it initially didn't put in a big serial. And so I think this is like the trade-off of Copilot is that it is just good enough to present you with choices that look right but are very wrong. And so, I mean, I don't know how much I can say don't use it because I use it. And so I think it's probably definitely the way of the future. I do wonder like how I feel like Copilot is more effective the more that you know, like the better that you can critique the suggestions that it gives you, the better it is to use. The less you can critique the suggestions that it gives you, like the more likely you are to create broken software with it. So it is, I mean, I love it because it just very often like, yes, because like, do I recommend it straight out of a boot camp? I think that's where like I'd be concerned that like if you don't, I mean, it's like, I would just be careful with it. It's probably would be, this question is like, is it better to get a helper and therefore be able to move faster and potentially learn more faster? Or are you going to be learning the wrong things? And I don't know. I would just say, like, be mindful that, like, I like Copilot because I generally understand everything that it tells me to do. Like, everything that Copilot suggests for me, I have understood what it does. I don't know how I would feel about it if I didn't understand the things that it was suggesting. Uh, and so, like, I don't have that experience. I I would probably say, like, if you do use it and you don't understand what it's doing for you, take that as an opportunity to learn, understand, do a Google search and try to see, like, hey, like, what if Copilot suggested that I use Big Serial, but I didn't know what it was? That would be a great time to, like, go and say, what is Postgres Big Serial? And then I can get a good answer. So, like, I think that, like, if you use it consciously and intentionally, I imagine it would be very good. Because I definitely use it from a position that I know what it's, everything that it suggests, I know what it's going to, I understand it. And so I would just recommend, if it suggests things that you don't understand, go and look those up. Uh, but once you get in the rhythm of it, it can be very nice. Kind of cheating. I don't know. What's cheating? Uh, it'd be like, who gets hurt if I use Copilot? I mean, there are some interesting legal questions that haven't been quite fully solved yet. Like, they might have trained it with some data that they shouldn't have had access to, and sometimes it can potentially reproduce code that might be under copyright, under a license that you don't have. Uh, that's something to be wary for. Doesn't seem like there's really any, hasn't been sorted out yet legally, so different employers might have rules for or against it. Personally, like, just like what we saw here, everything that Copilot has ever suggested for me was almost always the code I was going to write anyway. And it tends to be very, like, small line by line suggestions. So I'm not terribly concerned about, like, someone coming and saying, like, hey, we have a copyright on the price column. Uh, yeah, it's pretty recent, and I think there's a lot of fear around it. Like, people are like, I don't want to be replaced by a computer, or the copyright question is a big one. But I have found, I think, like, it took me, it's been around, like, in beta for a couple of years now, and it took me a long time to install it and use it. As soon as I installed it and used it, I was like, oh, I was just afraid of this thing. It turns out to be, it just, it predicts the code that I was going to write anyway. I'm kind of happy that this happened. Like, this example here, where I put in this note, right? I I wrote this out here. I put this note in here, and then when we got, it'll do it again, right? If I type price, it predicts based on having this note in here. And as soon as I clocked that that's what Copilot was capable of doing, I was like, oh, this is just great. Uh, I don't know. Hey, Brandon. I don't know if I've used IntelliCode. Is that another, like, machine learning thing, or is that something else? I can search what is IntelliCode. Some company. Uh, oh, it's interesting. No, yeah, I have not tried IntelliCode. Uh, I'd be curious to try it out, but I have to try that some other day. Yeah, I just, yeah, same idea. It might be, like, a little bit better, a little bit different, have different tools. I think it's clearly very early in figuring out how to use these types of tools. But I say once I got over the fear and just tried it out, I was like, this is pretty great. Uh, but all right, so we've got drop, create going on here. Saw something that was like, oh, it's interesting to put this in one function rather than separate functions. And at some point, I might split these out into separate functions. I think that's often a choice of like when do you split a function? Uh, I don't know. I split it when I want to split it. If I took more time, I could probably come up with some sort of rules or how I think about that. But for now, I just know that like I'm not going to do it quite yet with this one. Uh, Here's okay. So I've got my function set up DB, and I want to run it. Uh, so I've got some code. I'm actually pretty much ready to start running some code. But this is something that, because we're using TypeScript, if I do node source db setup db, node by default, I'm on node version 18, so I'm going to do nvm use 20. Here we are. But by default, Node doesn't know how to use imports and exports. Let's say set type module and package.json, use the MJS extension. But that would even be if I'm using JavaScript. I'm not even using JavaScript syntax. So I need to use TypeScript. So I need to get some way to execute TypeScript from the command line. So let's do execute TypeScript from command line. I want to find something hopefully a little more recent. This seems getting started with executing TypeScript files with TS node. So when you use TypeScript, you often have to use some extra helper tools to help you execute TypeScript files because Node doesn't immediately know how to use those. So there's a package TS node that will help us with that. So let's see how to use it. Usage command line. So I can say TS node script.ts. So I'm going to have to install TS node. We'll do npm install it as a development script, TS node. That installed, and then we can do npx TS node setup db. And so at least, this was executed as JavaScript. I've got an error in my SQL, syntax error at or near if. And I think I've got that problem here. Drop schema if exists cascade. So I'm going to go to find the actual syntax for drop schema. I'm going to go search for Postgres drop schema. Okay, so this is the way to do this drop schema if exists name. And I think I put the if exists on the other side. So we'll do drop schema if exists store and cascade that. I'm going to run the this node setup db. Syntax error at end of input. Don't know exactly which query is failing here. So I want to get some logging. I want to know what's going on step by step here. And I'm going to do that in my pool configuration. So in the pool configuration, I can specify that I want this. No, can't be Boolean. The type needs to be a function that takes an array of messages. So I can do, I want to log with console log. And if I turn that on, I get a lot of log information here. This isn't exactly what I want to have. I want to see which query is running as they run. So that log is fine. So I don't, this is interesting log information. I don't care about it right now. What I want is to do it here. So when I do exec query, I can do console log executing query with the query and the values. And I will wrap these up as an object. So now, and this is sort of why I wanted to create this function, is I wanted to put some centralized things here. This will tell me what's going on. So executing query, this one succeeded. Create schema store succeeded. It's create table. So I've got a syntax error in my create table. So I'm going to go look at that. Create table. So I think it's this parentheses. So I've got open paren here, but I don't have the balanced closing parentheses. Let's see how this does now. There we go. So that appears to have run. If I go and check in my database client, I do have a products table. Doesn't have everything that I expect it to have in it, though. Maybe something has gone wrong. It's commented out. This is just like a prefix comment to tell some tooling to syntax highlight this, but the actual SQL itself isn't commented out. I'm just going to go and make sure. Yeah, if I delete this table, I can actually do with drop schema if exists store cascade. So I'm going to run kind of these three things step by step. So after dropping that, that table is gone, the schema is gone. I create the schema. I've got an empty schema. I run this create table. I get a products table, all these columns. I don't know what's going on when I ran that as a script. I'm just going to clear this out one more time. Run that as a script. Interesting. When I run that as a script, come back here, I have no tables. What is happening? A little lost here. When I run these SQL commands one by one, directly, they do what I think they should do. When I run them through this script, I end up in a really weird, indeterminate state. Go back, connect here. Yeah, I've got nothing here. Run it again. Those three steps work. If I run them like this, they don't work. So if I use my script and only run the first one, this should drop that schema entirely, and it didn't. Okay. Oh, I think I've got it. This is Funny me. Uh, but I would like to get this error in place. So let's go to the pool. So this pool is expecting a database URL, but I never gave it one. Uh, so I would like it to do some sort of error. So I'm going to do on error. I'd like to present some sort of information. Uh, Copilot again, being friendly. If I have an error in the pool, I want to log that error, and then I want to exit with an error code. I don't think you should exit with a negative code, but exit 1 will indicate that this failed. The process exited with a failure. So now let's see what happens if I do this. Not getting an error. What other events do I have on? On connect? Postgres connected. Not getting that, but I'm curious. So a way that I can run this with that is if I prefix my command with database URL equals that. Oh, but I've got to get everything just so. So there it's showing it did connect when it actually has that. If I don't connect, I'm not getting the error that I expect I would get. If I reload this now, it does appear to be working. I'm going to run this one more time from gone. So I don't have anything. If I run this, then it creates correctly. So I'd like this to break if that environment variable isn't set, uh, rather than just sort of silently doing nothing. So I'm going to do in here, sort of quick and dirty way, if process.env. Well, I do want to, yeah, how can I make sure that I get a connection error with Postgres pool? What do I have available to me? I have pool.connect. Ah, I think I want to do it like this. So I can say, if I fail to connect, it'll do a pool error. I think this is the way to do it. So if this connection fails, catch that error and say something about it. And if I run this without a connection string, no error. So I'm gonna have to look this one up. So let's go post node pg pool connection error. And let's see. Connection timeout milliseconds might be what I want. Okay, yes, this is the number of milliseconds to wait before timing out when connecting a new client. By default, this is 0, which means no timeout. So this means that the pool is attempting to connect to the database. Uh, it's not getting a connection because I don't have the connection configuration set up correctly. But I have this set to 0, just means it'll just happily wait forever. I think that's what's going on. So I'm going to create this option, which should hopefully say, if we can't connect to the database within 3 seconds, I want to have an error. And let's see if this 1, 2, 3. No, I really have no idea what's going on here. I want a connection error, but I'm not getting a connection error. Was it pool on error the way to do this? And I just thought that it wasn't. Okay, unexpected PG error. See, that's where for some reason Copilot has learned to do -1 as an exit code, but it really should be positive exit codes. Yeah, why don't I get an error? I want a connection error. Don't know what this is doing. Exec query. I'm kind of curious to know what this is returning in these cases, because it's saying it's executing the query, and query should be returning a promise, and I'm awaiting it. So I should get some sort of indication that something is going wrong. So I'm going to see that result here. It's claiming that it's doing it. I wonder, what is it connecting to? Let's see what happens. What's the result on this second one? Claims to be doing stuff. Run this now. Claims to have worked. This is really, yeah, it's just strange that it's not, that the database does seem to be, it's presenting a response. Create table store.products. If I go to, oh, I think I've got it. It is connecting to a database. It's just by default connecting to the database named after me. So because I'm not presenting a database URL, it makes some assumptions about the defaults and created it in the database named after my user. Ah, uh, so that was unexpected and frustrating. I'll go back to shopping cart. So that would be helped by this one here. I thought I want to say if there is no database URL specified, I want to crash right away. because it's really the default behavior is really confusing. Uh, so when I say this now, it's like, hey, you can't do this because you need an environment variable to run this. So now if I try to run setupdb without being really explicit about which database I'm connecting to, it's going to break. So now I specify which database I'm connecting to, it works just fine. So I'm going to go back to setupdb. Don't need to see these results. All right, so this does what I want it to now. There's one thing here is that it takes a while to run. So it 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 runs all of these and then hangs for a second before it actually completes. And I think that has something to do with the pool and the idle timeout milliseconds. So this is that, or sorry, the connection timeout. So it's waiting 3 seconds after the last thing because that's that pool setting. I think there was another configuration option that I saw here, allow exit on idle. And I think that option is going to let my program exit if it's fully idle and nothing is going on. So here, this should, yeah, so that ran and exited really fast. So as soon as all of those queries were done, it allowed exit on idle. Whereas when that is false, I run this, runs all 3 queries, but then waits that 3 seconds to really confirm that it's all done. For now, I like allow exit on idle. Uh, okay, so this feels like a good checkpoint. So I'm going to do, I've got quite a few things going on. So I'm actually going to split this up into several commits. So what happened in the package file? I installed TS Node. So I'm going to do git add package files. This commit installs TS Node. And then I did some stuff with exec query and pool and setupdb. So I want to see what is the git. I'm going to use the editor tool for this. What did I change about exec query? I added a log message. I like that. I'm going to add that as its own change, log all queries in exec query. This commit logs all queries in exec query. And then pool, I'm going to say, what is it? This commit really does a few things. I'm going to add these as separate commits. So in here, in this view, I can select this. I can stage just that part. And so now if I go and look at the stage changes, it's just this. So this I can make a really small commit. So I can say this commit crashes as when database, or I say requires database URL in order to boot system. Add that. And then we actually didn't end up using the connection timeout one. So I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm going to add this as a commit. This is adds error logging for PG pool. I mixed up that, got a couple more things in, but that's all right. In the setupdb, I'm going to say this creates schema. So add script to drop and recreate database schema for products. And I like that. So there's created some annoyance for myself here. I'm gonna close everything to get tidy here. I get my terminal back open. Where, there we are. Sorry, I always forget the keyboard shortcut to reopen a terminal. We do git status, we are clean. Is that I don't love, where is it? Having to type out this database URL every time. So I want to get a utility to help me create an environment file so I can keep that in .env and not have to type it out here every time. So I've got a .env file. I put this environment setting into it, but just doing that isn't going to be enough. By default, TS node, they don't know about an environment file, so I've got to get a helper to deal with that. So we're going to do node.js.env. And this is a node package. Responsibility of this node package is to load things from .env into process.env. And so the way you use it is you import .env/config, which seems good to me. So I might end up putting this somewhere else later, but for now, I'm going to put it in the pool file. So we'll import .env config. I need to install it first. Gotta remember to install things. There we go. So now that .env is in that file. So we'll see what's going on here. Git add. I don't want the .env file in source code like this, because potentially everyone's going to have their own .env. So you can use a neat trick to edit that file. You echo some text to a file. Wrong file to put it in. I'll change that in a second. I want this to go into gitignore. I want to put that line into gitignore. I look at the gitignore file. Did something wrong there. Ended up on the same line. I want it on a separate line. There we are. And then what I have seen, which is nice, is to create a .env example file. And so this is the file that shows an example of what you want to put in the .env. But I don't want to put into source code exactly what I think the environment should be. So I'm going to say this is an example.env file. Copy this file to .env and make changes as required. So this file I'm going to commit to source code. And the idea is that anybody who would also work on this repository would copy this to their own local .env file, make changes as required specific to their environment. Let's see where we are now. I made a mistake here. I accidentally printed this to the .env file, which I don't want. And up here as well. We don't want that. That's looking good. let's see what all has changed now is that I installed .env, added it to gitignore, set it up in the pool. And so I like all that. So I'm going to add my example, add the update to the gitignore, add the package files, and add the pool file. I'm going to say installs.env for database URL config. Okay. And then the other thing that probably don't love is having to know exactly how to do this. I'm going to copy this script here and put that in my package file as a script. So I'm going to say, I'm going to call this db reset. So now I do npm run db reset. It's going to reset my database entirely. So I'm going to commit that. Git add package JSON. Add script to reset database. And then I'm going to go close everything, look at my notes. So my notes, what do we have here? Now that was, I made a little separate set of notes in the setup DB file. And these notes said, create initial data. So now I've got this table. I want to put some data in it. And so for that, I am going to use a helpful little library called Faker.js. So this is good for creating scriptable amounts of fake data. And it has ways to create product data. So to do this, I'm going to install this library. And go look at how do I use this. So this will create fake data for lots of stuff. Can create fake person data, get animal data, but I'm looking for commerce. And so the API for doing this is say like, I want to do create fakers.something. As I install it, we can go and look at this and do require Faker.js. What did they have me install? Faker.js/Faker. So that does install Faker.js, Faker.commerce. Here we go. So I can get faker.commerce.product. And this will just create a bunch of fake product information. Where I can go ask for a product name, and I get sort of more like adjectivized products. So this I like. So I'm going to go and import this in here. So I'll go import Faker from Faker.js Faker. And this one looks nice that Faker does, so I didn't get that red squiggle, so Faker does define its own TypeScript types. And I'm going to create a bunch of products. So just to give myself a little bit of control here, I'm going to say like product count, start with 100, why not? And then I will, for 0 is less than product count, I plus plus. Again, Copilot being really helpful, but I need to make that a let so I can increment it. Let's say create initial fake product data. Let's see if we'll do await exec query, insert into store products, title, description, price. Yeah, Copilot, so friendly. Values 1, 2, 3. Faker commerce product name, product description, and price. What is wrong here? So I think this is an error with my TypeScript. Brandon asking, do you pay for Copilot? Yes, I do pay the $10 a month. I find it to be well worth it. Okay, but there's a problem, I think, and I think this is the problem with my types for exec query. Yeah, so exec query is an undefined array. And so that's saying like, hey, you can't use string for type undefined. And this is an interesting kind of corner that I've backed myself into, which is that I'm just passing this straight through. And so really, I want the type of this function to be exactly the same type of this function. And so to do that, I can actually kind of steal those types. So instead of typing this like that, I can type the entire function, and I can say that this is the type of pool.query. Thought I could do that. Signature provides two view arguments. Got. Okay. What is the type of query? It's got a lot of different types to it. So like I'll sort of like do this quickly. So if I do the query is type string and value is type string array, so it's optional. This solves the problem sort of. I'm surprised that worked because price is not a string. It's possibly a string. I'm going to go with this for a second. This is, we'll go looking for this later, but this is not really what I want to do. I'm going to say, look up how to properly pass through the types according to the wrapped function. But sort of the immediate problem is that when I type this as just an array, it didn't have enough information to safely say that this fulfills that type. So I can do a string array, I can do an any array. Don't like doing any because it's not very specific, but I put a to do in there so we can fix that later. But this is going to do, it's going to create 100 products with fake names, description, and price. So let's run that and see what we get. Let's see, npm run db reset. Okay, and this is so it was presenting a string. So, and this is the database like say, hey, you said that your price are going to be integers, but you're giving me something that looks like a currency. So I want to go see if I can get a way to have Faker generate price with a number. Saying, okay, so this returns a string. Is not great. Aha. So I can say that I want decimal, I want no decimals, and I can just pretend that this is doing price and cents instead, and this will return a number. So we'll go here, and I'll say I want to price between 100 and let's say 20,000 price and cents. I want no decimals. And let's see, I'm guessing it might still return that as a string. No, it created it. Cool. So I got a bunch of product data now. So I can go and look at Postico, look at the products table, and I've got, so like the downside is that the product names don't match the product descriptions, but I'm not going to be too caught up by that at the moment. And I've got 100 of them. But I can control this, like I can create, 10,000 products. It'll take a little bit longer, not too long. And so now I've got a nice full looking database with, I think this is just, there might be a limit. I can double check this actually created. Do select count star from your products. Here we go. Yeah, we got 10,000 products in here. This is just kind of by default, this view limits how many it'll show you because who knows, maybe I have a billion things in there and it'll choke up your computer to load it all. So now I've got some seed data. I'm going to stick with 10,000. So there's maybe like a to-do here, which is make this configurable. Oh, Copilot, you know everything I want to do. It might be nice to be able to run this and set exactly how many products you want to end up with. But for now, I'm going to be happy just to leave it in here as this constant. And this seems good to me. I can create 10,000 products. So, okay, we've installed Faker and we install products. Before I commit, I do want to take care of all of my to-dos because I don't like if you don't take care of them before you commit them, they just kind of end up stacking up. So let's figure out how do we properly pass through the types according to the wrapped function. I've done this before, I just don't have it memorized. I'm going to go look up TypeScript type function, same type as wrapped function. Is it possible to wrap a function and retain its types? Yes, this is pretty much exactly what I'm trying to do. Is this. So this one, not the accepted answer. A little more on this one. Okay. So let's see if this does it, and then we'll explain what's going on. So I'm going to go to exec query. And first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this type out to break it again. And we'll take out this type to break it even further. And you'll see what is this doing. So this is a wrap. So it says we're going to make a function. So this word here, wrap, is like our thing here. I'm going to say equals t extends array of any u. But here they're passing in a function. I'm not passing in a function. This is actually not the example I want. I thought this looked a little further down. Yeah, so these are getting close to what I want, but they're not quite exactly. Because in these examples, they're like passing in a function to be called, but I don't want to be able to arbitrarily pass in a function and wrap it like that. I'm trying to say I'm always using a particular function. Maybe this one is a useful example. Yeah, this seems like closer to what I'm trying to do, where they are creating something that is like fetch. They're still passing in a fetch function, which is not quite what I want to do. Uh, so I know I can do a couple things. So to type this, uh, good news is that the return type is already figured out. So TypeScript is able to say this function returns this. So the return type of this function is exactly the return type of that function. So what I want to do is be able to type the arguments. And I can do this. I know that I can take parameters of type of pool query. Yeah, so I'm not going to specify all of my arguments specifically, but I can take all of the arguments and I can pass them through like this. Now my log message doesn't work, and apparently this breaks everything else too. Expected 3 arguments but got 2. So that doesn't work. Maybe we can do query is the first item there, and values is the second item there. I'm not doing exactly the same type, and values is optional. So here I'm saying I'm writing a function. The first argument to my function should have the same type as the first argument to this function. The second argument to my function should have the same type as the second argument of this function, but it's optional. That makes everything happy. So I don't need this to do anymore. Excuse me. I've got that to do cleared out. I've got, this is another nice extension for VS Code called to do. All it does is it searches for to-dos in your source code and then plops them over here so you can find them. So, I see it says we have 5 concurrent viewers. It's exciting. It's the most I've seen today. If anybody has any questions or thoughts, I do have an eye on the chat, so I will respond to them as I see them. Right now, I'm just going through. I'm about to commit. We just created some code that inserts some seed data, and I'm ready to commit it. But along the way, I created a couple of to-dos as to not interrupt the flow. I just want to make sure to go back and handle all of those to-dos before I commit it. So I don't just end up with like a growing list of to-dos that never get done. To make this configurable, one thing I could do is I could make this part of the environment. So I could say like seed product count and use that here. I could say that equals 10,000, or I could load it from the environment. So you can simply process env seed product count and I can parse this as something to do like parse int that or 10,000. So there's a default. The trouble is this can be undefined. So I could do something like that or 10,000. And then I can say that my constant seed product count equals that or 10,000. You can make a smaller default so it's not so heavy-handed. I don't mind that too much. So there's another thing here with parseInt. Takes two arguments. Value between 2 and 36 specifies the base. So we're saying, do you want to parse? This is base 10, base 2, base 3. By default, it assumes they're decimal, but if they're prefixed with 0x, so I'm just going to assume that nobody's going to be creating unusual strings here. If they do, they get what they're stuck with. Oh, hey, Lou. How you doing? I don't leave. I just go on YouTube. Uh, but I want to add this to the environment file. So I'll go to the environment example file. We'll say seed product count equals 100. We'll say seed product count is defaults to 100, useful for specifying how many seed records to create. So I've added that to the environment example. I'm going to add this to my environment file. And here I'm going to go with 10,000. I'm just going to make sure this still runs. I'll do a reset. That didn't feel like 10,000 records. Just print this out. Process env seed product count and seed product count. And exit quickly. I can just see what's going on there. Okay, so this is, I'm guessing, a difference between parseInt and the way that you can write integers in JavaScript. So if we look at that in JavaScript, you're allowed to put arbitrary underscores inside of numbers. Can just be nice to create a separation for the different orders of magnitude. But parseInt does not parse numbers the same way, which is rude, but that's okay. We can deal with that by updating my env file to not include the underscore. Now, if I reset my database, I'm going to get, that's the 10,000 products. So I've got this to do. This is now configurable, which I like. And so now we've created, this commit is all done. In this create seed data for products table. Close all. Yeah, it's pretty fast. Computers are pretty impressive. Time to create 10,000 records is real fast. So I'm gonna go to my to-do list. As I finished out my setup DB function, add a script. So my main to-do, we got a schema. We have installed TypeScript tooling. Haven't done anything else. guess I want to dive into building some front end stuff. Uh, but it has been a couple hours, so I do think I want a quick little break. Uh, I will probably step away for about 10 minutes and come back at noon 10 Central. So if you're still around, I'll be happy to see you then. Otherwise, I will keep up on LinkedIn and keep posting when I'm going to keep doing this. I'm having a good time, but I will be right back. Let me do this with select markdown back at 12:10 Central Time. All right, I am back. Don't need to save that. Oh, I got TypeScript. Don't have anything for testing yet. Hey, Busy Bee. It's probably time to go installing some server code, front end and back end. So, uh, for now, I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to make a backend server with Express, and I'm going to use Vite to build my front end. I don't know exactly what order I'm going to do that in, but let's start with a server. Server, I think, should be easy enough to put in place. Other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add this to-do file to my git ignore because wrong file. Because I do not like seeing this making it look like I have changes all the time. So let's open the terminal. On a new terminal. Command Shift. Is it just Command? Yeah, there we go. That's why I open and close the terminal. So let's try this one again. Echo to do markdown into git ignore. There we go. So I've got to big ignore to do file. Okay, didn't want to save all, just wanted to commit that. So I'm going to go and look at installing Express. Ooh, the Express 5 beta is available. Do I want to do the beta or just stay in the happy land of Express 4? Yeah, I'm going to stay in the happy land of Express 4. So going through this again, npm install Express. I'm pretty sure, let's go find out. Do we have TypeScript support for our server? In my source directory, make a server file. We'll import Express from Express. No. So I need to install the types for Express. That makes the TypeScript happy. I'm going to go ahead and add the package files so that I installs Express and its types. And then in the server, I'm going to create my app. This is where Copilot's going to be quite helpful. A lot of this beginning parts are going to be similar. I don't want to define any routes. I might as well define just a little route. The sedulous hyena ate the antelope. Fantastic. What does sedulous mean? The diligent hyena ate the antelope. It's a harsh world. We'll do app, listen, catch any startup errors. let's say if error, we had error starting server. And we'll return. Otherwise, the server is listening on port. Okay, so this is something just seemingly made up by Copilot. And then port, I want port to, rather than being coded to 3000, I want port to be process env port. I'm okay giving a default of 3000. It's going to be another parse int on port. So I'll do my default in this way. It will default to port 3000. I'll go in here, port to listen for HTTP. And then the port will default that to 3000. A common dev server port, but it could use any one. Then I'll update mine back just to be a little contrary. I'll go on port 3434. So this is going to set up, it's going to listen, and it should send that message. So I'm going to try this out. So we'll do our npx ts node source server. Why does it say server is listening on port 3000? This is because I had put the .env config loader in this file. The server does not load that. I'm going to put this in both places. I'm assuming this isn't going to cause any problems. Challenge here is that I don't just have one place where I start running my program. Sometimes I run this script directly. Sometimes I run this script directly. Don't immediately love importing .env/config twice, but for now I don't have anything better to do. So let's restart this. Server is listening on 3434. Look at that. The sedulous hyena ate the antelope. So that is set up. I don't have any logging here. So I do want to have some logging in place. And I could go and install an Express logger. And I guess I'll do that because I want to use volleyball. This is Gabriel Lebec was a former co-instructor of mine at a programming bootcamp. And at some point he created this logger for Express. It's kind of nice. It just has some sort of nice colorful output and creates these little short codes. So you can sort of, if requests are coming in concurrently, it'll show you that like this was the in, this was the out, and those little codes match. So there's a soft spot in my heart for the volleyball logger. So I will use that. We'll get volleyball installed. Bet there's no types for it, but we'll do import volleyball from volleyball. We'll run app use volleyball. Is that the way it's expected to be used? No. I don't think these exist. I can double check. This is not a very widely used module, so I don't think that anyone has like contributed types for it. Yeah. So what I like to do in this case, it's like you could create like a fake declaration, or with TypeScript, you can say that I expect there to be an error here. So there's no types available for volleyball. Uh, so if at some point in the future types became available, this would be its own error. Um, yeah, I could definitely um, use Morgan for logging here. I just want to give Gabriel some props and use his nice little logger. I like to use ts expect error. Uh, the other option would be to do something like ts ignore, and that'll just pretend that the error doesn't exist. Expect error is nice because if at some point in the future something changed, like volleyball got types, and this was no longer an error, then the fact that there wasn't an error would be an error itself. And so that just sort of keeps me honest. But I feel pretty confident that that volleyball is going to work. So now let's run this. That is working. Server is listening. I reload here. Then I get nice logging. So we got slash route, response was 3 or 4, not notified. And I like that to get started. Just trying to think, is this everything that I need to really say I've got a server? And I think this is good. So I'm going to commit this. We can go add everything, and we will adds shell of express HTTP server. Nana ate the antelope. Uh, yeah, I guess that is fine to get started. The next thing I want to do is set up a little bit of a front end. So I'm going to go and I'm going to uh, look up how to set up Vite. And there's a million choices here. I'm most recently familiar and comfortable with using Vite, so I'm just going to go ahead and use that for now. So let's get started. So these are ways to get started. I don't know that I want all of their setup though. So how can I think I'm gonna go boldly and attempt to set up Vite without using the generator. We've kind of already started this project a little bit. I wonder if there's some way, how can I integrate this with Express? That would be interesting to see what I can do that. So let's do integrate Vite with Express. Someone's done this. Reasonably updated. Interesting. So you do Vite Express listen. Yeah. And get started without figuring everything out. Great for front-end apps, but we want to include server-side in the mix. Things get complicated. I have a lot of choices. Like I would like to kind of serve these both from the same server. So this looks. Oh, I could have started here, but I'm happy to add to this. So I like Vite Express. I do want to see like what is this doing? Is this really doing a lot, or is this so simple that I could just replicate what it's doing? So this creates a Vite configuration, creates some logging. Okay. It needs to check out like specific types of paths that Vite can serve. So serve some static stuff. This seems like it's doing enough that I like that the knowledge of what this is doing, I don't got to think about. So I'm gonna say for today, this is good enough for me. And I'm gonna go and try Vite Express. Never used this before. So install Vite Express. And instead of using app.listen, I use Vite Express listen. So let's go add that. Import Vite Express, and then do Vite Express listen. Which takes app, port, and a similar callback. So if I start this, all right, Vite Express is running. The server is still running, so that's good. My logging is still in there. There's something like I haven't added any client code yet, so that's probably why it's complaining about that. That is fine. Only thing left to you is to code, but where do I put that code? So I've kind of already started stuff, so I don't have the advantage of their code generation. But I think what I'll do is I'm going to quickly run their generator and see what they end up generating, and then see if I can sort of figure it out backwards from there. It'll be npm create Vite Express. Let's go on ahead. We'll call this Vite Express project. I want React, I want TypeScript. And let's just see, if I had used their generator, what would I have gotten? So if I'd used their generator, I would have gotten a TS config. I've already got a TS config. I would have gotten a Vite config, so I will need this. And I would have gotten an index HTML file, so I'm going to need to take this. And then I'd have gotten client and server directories, so I might want to change some of what I'm doing to look at like this. But this would have just been the same. And then the public folder is like a Vite logo, so I don't need that. So there's not a whole lot that I need from here, but I definitely need a Vite config. So let's see. Oh, that's great. I've actually got these both here. So I can take the Vite config, copy that into my project, index HTML, copy that into my project, and a client directory. I can copy that to my project. And I guess I'll take the public directory too. And now I have got what I would have gotten if I had run their generator for the most part. I don't have a server folder, but I've got a server file and that should be fine. This has already noticed and restarted some things. So I'm curious. Well, so this, because I've taken that route, I'm going to go to my server file and say like reset that to be test. And then just restart this thing entirely. I don't have any sort of like watch mode turned on. All right, so I've got some other modules that I need to install. Uh, let's look at the package file that this would have generated. So I think I need a lot of these. I need React and React DOM. So we do install React dependencies. I need some dev dependencies. So I'm going to need types React, types React DOM, Vite, JS, plugin React, and I'll need Vite itself. Probably will want something like NodeMon. I don't have to keep on restarting everything all the time, but I'll get there in a second. Okay, so now I should be able to run my server. Got no warnings from Vite Express. And there we go. I have React serving at the root, and I have my routes serving where I've defined them. I've got one server for front end and back end, and that's pretty convenient for me. So what do I want to do? Let's see, do I feel ready to make a commit? Probably do. I'm just going to take these as they are and call this installed Vite Express to build client app. Commit that as an initial commit for Vite. So there's a few things that are, I think, want some help here. So like changing code doesn't reload. Add face. Yeah, I saved this file. My server's not reloading, and so this doesn't update. I want some sort of live reloading thing. Now, one option for this would be NodeMon. So NodeMon is a runner that does watch, but I'm using TypeScript. And so that I might get some help here. Does TS node have a watch mode? No, but I think there might be like TS node watch. So there's TS node dev, which is similar to TS node, but it has a watch mode. This seems good. Restarts target node process when any of the required files change, but shares TypeScript compilation processes between restarts, significantly speeding up the restart compared to using NodeMon or other stuff. So I think I'm going to take this script, install that, and then the example here is ts node dev respawn. I can set it to be transpile only. So for TypeScript, I don't know if this sort of caught. There was one point where I had a type error and TypeScript wouldn't even run my program. Uh, and you can set TypeScript systems to like, rather than just bailing out entirely, to just sort of silently fail or silently warn you about those, but run the program anyway. Because type errors are going to be runtime problems. Uh, so technically you can run it, and so it'll be a little bit faster as well to do the transpilation. So I'm going to take all of this. So respawn, this is the way to have like watch mode. So it'll restart when you change things, and transpile only has TypeScript do a little bit less work. But also get TypeScript warnings and errors in my editor. So what I was doing before to serve was this, but now we'll do npx ts node dev respawn server ts. Cannot find module TypeScript. I have TypeScript installed. I do have TypeScript installed. Did I install ts node dev? Ah, no. Here we go. Okay, so now ts node dev is watching and will respawn if I change my server. So now I will say that changing code reloads. Yeah, so when I save this file, the server restarts. Oh, question, so what does the -d mean? So that is npm install, npm help install. That is, searching here for save dev. Yeah, so -d is a shortcut for typing out save dev. And that means when you install it, where does it get saved in the package file? So when you do an npm install, by default, it's going to save to dependencies. In other words, it's going to save to dev dependencies. And I actually have a few things in here that probably shouldn't be in the core dependencies. So things like types, those are going to be dev dependencies pretty much all the time, because you only need them to develop the app. The idea is like, do you need this as a developer, or do you need it when the application is running? For this case, it'd be like, is it running in production online? And so all the TypeScript things we don't really need. Uh, there are some interesting debates as to like something like React and React DOM. Do we really need this to be a dev dependency or a full dependency? Uh, and I think often you see everything in dependencies because it feels like this is a program built with React, so we're going to put that in dependencies. But really, in production, React has been built into a file. So we don't actually need this dependency at production time, because by the time we've deployed it, we're just deploying a bundled JavaScript file altogether. But you'll often see people will put React and React DOM in dependencies to kind of indicate that these are important. Uh, so I think there's a lot of intention about dev dependencies and dependencies, but it's not exactly clear that the way that they're always used is the correct way, or the, I don't want to say correct, but the necessary way to use them. But definitely things like types are, to me, really obviously dependencies, because these are just checking that the source lines up in a type way. So I'll move those there now that I see them. Right. So I got that installed and running. This is again starting to become a bit of a gnarly script to find all the time. So I'm going to put this in the package file as start dev. So now if I want to do npm run start dev, that'll find that script, run it, and now I've got code reloading. So this seems like a decent point to commit. Yeah, I'll say server start script into package JSON to add all of these and commit them. So this is starting to be pretty good. I've got a little server, I've got a front end, and I've got a back end. What is this complaining about? Property div does not exist on type JSX intrinsic element. All right, so there's some TypeScript unfortunateness going on here. So I'm going to figure out what I can do to fix this. TypeScript complains. I'm just sort of scanning the dates. And so this is quite possibly a correct answer, but I just want to look at something that's a little more recent and see, yep, this looks like what I am seeing. That does not look like what I am seeing. Install the typings for React and React DOM. So these have been installed, but I think what this is going to be is there needs to be a configuration here. Yeah. I'm going to look back at the generated code from VietExpress project, and there's something going on in the we've got allow.js. I don't see anything referencing React in here. I'm trying to see how are they doing their types. We've got VMD. Don't see anything obvious. I'm going to look at the TS config that they've got side by side with the one that I've got. It extends this TS config. So they are targeting ES next. Let's see what happens if I do that. That's just sort of like a rolling target that just sort of says, what's the next version of ECMAScript? We've got the same module system. ES module interop, force consistent casing, strict, git lib check true. So there's nothing obviously different about these two. They have an include and I don't have an include. We can add that. I've got a problem there. Sometimes you have to restart the TypeScript server. There's a long running background process that is running for VS Code that is checking all the TypeScript things. Sometimes when you install a bunch of new stuff, you have to restart it. All right, that restarted it. Did not help. So why is this going on? Look at the package file. Should have the types for React. I think that's what that's supposed to be about. Property does not exist in type JSX intrinsic elements. So what this is showing is that this is someone who has like used a React component but hasn't given it that uppercase letter. And they're saying, oh, fix that by doing that. But I'm having a problem where just the built-in DOM nodes uh, don't work appropriately. Here's someone who had the same problem, but they got it. They fixed it by deleting node modules and reinstalling. Doesn't seem right to me. I mean, I can give it a shot. Do fresh npm install. Restart the TypeScript server. Still get the problem. Okay, here's one. This seems to be the same problem. Using Vite, intrinsic elements errors, and they're getting Exactly the same kind of thing. Property div does not exist on intrinsic elements. Saying module resolution node. Is your VS Code up to date? Have the problem with stack blitz. And try changing the module resolution. It's got a thought, which is for this TypeScript. Oh, use VS Code's version. I want to use. Oh, interesting. I think because I have this folder opened at outer level, it's using the TypeScript that's installed on my computer, not the TypeScript that's installed in this project. So I'm going to try out opening the shopping cart directly. Gotta load up all the plugins and stuff. And then go to client, go to the app file. And then I want to use the workspace TypeScript. Who got the problem? So the difference here is like there's a VS Code that's installed globally on my computer, or one that's installed directly in this project. And sometimes those configurations can be subtly different, but that didn't seem to do it. If I restart, no. So the other suggestion they had was to change module resolution to node in the tsconfig file. So let's go and see what happens if we do that. There's nested tsconfig files, so the client project has its own. Let's see if we do this. Module resolution node. That did it. Don't know why. Could go look up what module resolution means. But I'm going to be happy to say that it's fixed and leave deep understanding of that for another day. Someone asks, what does that mean? Yeah, I don't exactly know what it means. So there's JavaScript bundling is it's like the best and the worst part of JavaScript. Having something that sort of takes all your source code and bundles it together can be really important for performance, for being able to like write separate files but deliver one file has some performance benefits because you're just doing one round trip rather than a bunch of requesting a bunch of small files. Uh, but unfortunately, it's really complex uh, and it has a lot of compatibility issues. So if you hear people talk about JavaScript fatigue or complaining about bundlers, this is the kind of thing that they're complaining about. It's just like a lot of small, fine details that are hard to understand, and often you're just like, by the moment you get them fixed, you don't want to think about them ever again. Uh, and so it would be really interesting to really understand this one, but I don't want to get stuck down that path. Uh, but it's just essentially about just getting all the like paths and everything lined up perfectly. But I'm going to be happy to say that this works, and so I'm not going to think too deeply on it. What changed here? Changing some VS Code things. That seems fine to me. I'm going to add all of this. going to say fix TypeScript config for React in front end. All right, so now we've got a front end with helpful TypeScript. I'm going to delete some of this built-in TypeScript code because I don't need all of that. And then I don't need this logo, and I don't need that logo. And oh, I had closed, I switched editors here. And so now this editor is also happy. I'm going to keep using this one because this is where I have my terminal. So my server should be running now. And if I go code changes reload and React is running. I deleted all the content so we don't see much, but I still have an empty app here. Okay, so we are getting close to being at a point where we can like connect and load some data and present it. So I guess that means I'm at a point where I want routing. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say when I delete placeholder content from generator. I'll save and commit all of those and go to my to-do. And I have a backend server. Exciting. I have a front end build. And I don't have anything to test this, but I do have some I'm just thinking like where do I want to tackle this is that I think I want like a front end router to be able to do routes on the front end. So sort of like move those done things up here. So I want a front end router still to be done. I'm going to go ahead and install that. So let's go find React router. This is the front end router that I know how to use. And I would like to look at their tutorial to get started. I've already set up Vite. I don't need their CSS. Just need their router. So I'm going to go ahead and use React Router DOM to install that. And then I will take their example here. So I'm going to get that import and put this in my client main file. This is where I'm going to put all of the context things. What is this complaining about? Could not find React Router DOM. Did I not just install React Router DOM? Oh, I installed it in the wrong directory. I installed it in that. I ran the generator to see what was different. So here I want to install React Router DOM here. That makes TypeScript happy to actually install it. And then I need to create a router. So they're showing this example using this type of router, which is instead of using route components, like creates uh, a router object like this. I just got a question. What's the short key to search past things in terminal? I have key. don't have the thing that shows that. I'm gonna do a quick, so what I don't have installed on this computer is a little app that'll show what keys I am pressing. So I'm gonna install that quickly so I can answer this question. So sorry for the diversion. Install Keycaster. Take a second because Brew does all the other things it's going to do. But that is the keyboard shortcut I'm using there is Control R. Let's open up Keycaster. No problem. Curiosity is great here. Let's open up that, and I want Keycaster to be allowed to do stuff. Huh. So now this is showing what I type. The location, not the best spot. There. Maybe a little better. Default. Can I put it? No, the default. Oh, I can put this over here. Cool. So I'll just show what I type in case anybody wants to see it. Fantastic. So what I'm doing to find that is Control R. So with Keycaster, it's showing the Control key as that little up arrow. Oh, now my camera's blocking it. Beautiful. Let me move Keycaster up here. So I'll put it up in the corner here. It's going to go up a little bit, so that should be, here we go. So Control R is what starts this. You do Control R, and then it says, hey, type some stuff in here so I can, what I've been doing, install, and I can hit Tab and press Enter to get it back. I find that Control R to be really, really helpful. So we've got this installed. Oh yeah, so it's this router form. So this is something I haven't really used this a lot, but they're defining this form of router where instead of using elements like a route component, they're defining them as these objects. I don't necessarily know that I want to do that form of routing today. So let's see, do they still support like basic router? Yeah, you can still just import browser router. So I'm going to do that. So import browser router, wrap the application in a browser router. Type out all the characters I'm supposed to type out. So that gives us the router. And then in their example here, yeah, they've got a routes with routes. So we'll go ahead and do that in our app file. So I'll make a routes element, and we'll do a route path equals slash, and I'll just say home page, import route. We'll do route path, let's say, we'll call this the catalog, and we'll say catalog. And then I'll go to my front end. Home says home, and the correct way to spell catalog, I don't understand why they're both correct. but this one is most popular in American English. So uh, go ahead and do that. Uh, that one, words ending in log. Okay, so we've got that route. I'll put a couple of links in here. That'll link to home, catalog will link to catalog. I mean, that's like a- again, where Copilot seems to do most of its things for me is like when it can kind of suss out, like, hey, you're doing nav, maybe you want to link to home, or maybe you want to link to catalog, and it just got that from the context of having already created these two other routes. Again, I find Copilot is almost always 100% of the time just figuring out from context what I was already going to do. And once I clued into that, I just lost all fear of it. Here we go. And we've got our home and our catalog routes there. Uh, oh, shopping cart. Shopping cart. I didn't accept that. There we go. Big H1. It's too big for now. I'm going to leave that alone. Uh, so now I've got a router. I guess it's time for a commit. Let's see what's going on here. All of this, say install basic routing, front end routing. And what I would like to do now is I'm going to go back and look at my to-do list. I got the front end router. I want to do some testing now. I want to do some test driven or at least test assisted development here for that front end. Uh, and so there is a tool that I find is really good for front end testing, uh, testing library. The testing library, uh, wonderful tool. Uh, it provides common patterns for testing front end code with a lot of different tools. So you can use it for React, Vue, uh, for your front end, just lots of things. Uh, and so I'm going to install this and then start doing some tests to build out a catalog. Yeah. So let's go. How do I get started? I am using, you see all these different frameworks. It's really nice that if you're switching between frameworks, this testing tool and its patterns uh, follow pretty closely. So I found the framework I'm using, went to the setup guide, and let's see. To just kind of want the install. Is that in the introduction? Yeah. I'm going to install testing library React. Another dev install, because this is testing as a development time concern. And so this library is not a test runner. So what I need to do is I need to set up a test runner. And I like using vtest along with vite. So this is going to be my test runner. So I'll go get started. Gonna install vtest. Another dev install. And so to configure it, it wants me to create a vtest config file. which I'm going to do because I want to have some specific configuration for vtest. So let's make vtest config.ts. Take their example. And I think for test, the thing that I generally want is globals true. And then the other configuration thing we have to do is, well, we'll get there when we get there. But I need to make some test files. So I want to test for my client. So the philosophy of testing with this is that with testing library is that you want to test your software the way your users are going to use it. So uh, thinking about the way that a user is going to use it is like, all right, if a user visits, slash products or slash catalog, they should see a list of all the products in the catalog. So that's the way I'm going to think about writing this test. So I'm going to, you can worry about rearranging these files later. I'm going to make an app.test.tsx file. I don't know if I'm going to need I should talk about, so the TSX is like JSX, but for TypeScript. So I'm going to test this app, and I need to find an example of how they test in here. And so there's a bunch of utility stuff from here. The general pattern is, so they're following this nomenclature of arrange, act, and assert. So you set up the environment that you want to run your test in. So they want to render this component. Then they want to do some things. So they are, behaving as the user. So they're saying if the user visits this URL and the user clicks on something that has this text, and eventually there should be a heading, and then we should see this content. So I want to do a similar thing. We're going to say if you visit greeting, or if you visit catalog, you should see a list of products. Yeah. Don't know where so they're defining this component fetch. This is the component to test. Let me see, I guess I'll just get started here. And we'll render our app, I guess. So I will copy some of their imports. Don't need all of those yet. So I want to that seems like a fine test to begin with. It renders without crashing. So I want to render app. I'll have to get imported from app. And I'll expect get by text home to be in the document. We've got a few things going on here. TypeScript is saying that these don't exist, which is true. But let's see what happens if I run vtest. Sometimes you'll get better information out. Yeah, document is not defined. So here's the issue is that testing library, we're trying to render an app. So we're running what is normally running in a web browser in Node as a test. And we don't have things like document or window or anything to do with the DOM. So we have to set this up with some sort of way to have access to a DOM And let's see, I think in their setup, they have something about just, because we need some way to do, yeah, JS DOM. So JS DOM is a way to fake the browser in Node. So it's an implementation of the document APIs, the window APIs, but it runs without a web browser. So it's not visual at all, but it works the same way. So I'm going to install these. So we have a fake browser to run our tests within. And then let's see, I've got to get a way to import. So they're setting this up. I need to get some way to sort of preload this. You can see if require will work. To see if this works, we'll do npx vtest require, and this is like just a thing to require that registers that global DOM. No, so that exploded. This vtest doesn't do require. So I need in my vtest configuration some way to, yeah, there's global setup, and this is another thing that we can do because we're in TypeScript. Because this is typed, I can command click on that and be taken to the type definitions. And I can command click on this and see that as an inline config. And here are all the configuration options for that. So I can see, I'm looking for, what is a vtest environment? Node JS DOM. Yeah, I want this to be running in JS DOM. So they actually have a built-in support for loading JS DOM, so I don't need to use the require. Okay, this is broken in a very different way. Cannot destructure property base name of React namespace use context. And so what I think is happening is that I have told my application to render app, but I'm using these routes and these link, which depend on being inside of a React router, and that's breaking. Yeah, so if I comment those out, the test fails, but it doesn't blow up in quite that same way. Uh, so if I go back out here and just sort of hard code in home, so there's something going on with the to be in the document is not an assertion that I can make here, but that might be something that I have to go and configure. Let's see if anybody sees this error, tell us what to do about it. From just to vtest. Let's see. Okay, you're suggesting that they're creating a setup file that will do these things, but I don't see source code for that example. Here it is. Is there anything about to be in the document? Well, maybe there's something else that we can do here. So I'm gonna log out green get by text home to see what does this show us. There's a big object, like it is a div element. What happens if we search for something that's not there? Yeah, then it throws an error. So I think this to be in the document, that was just a red herring. We did not need that at all. The get by text will throw an error if it doesn't find it. So all I've got to do is say get by text. And so if I search for text that's not there, I get an error. If I search for text that is there, that test passes. Yeah. So there's a couple of things that I've kind of been overlooking. One is that I've got this type error because TypeScript doesn't know about this function it. And I have to tell TypeScript to load some types. And the way I do that is I go to the tsconfig and do this in lib. You can say, please load. No, I don't want lib. Let me see. I want tsconfig vtest globals. Yeah, and you have to add that to types in the compiler options. So we're going to search for types in here. And I'm going to say, I want vtest globals. And now TypeScript knows about this function. That's good. The other thing is that I just kind of completely broke my application to make this work. So the challenge is these components only work if they're rendered inside of a browser router context. But I'm running my test here. I'm rendering app without being inside of a browser router. Uh, it doesn't have to exactly be a browser router, but it has to be some kind of router. So I'm just kind of curious what happens if I do browser router and put my app inside of it. I got something. Didn't break in that same way, but I found multiple elements with the text home. Yeah, because there's a div and there's a link with the text home. So I've got to tell it, got to be more specific. I can do get all by text. Where is that test file? Here's that app test. Yeah, so we can say get all by text. I can say home elements equals that, and I can say expect home elements dot length to be 2. That works. If I said 3, it breaks. If I said 1, it breaks. There should be 2 elements with the text home. So this at least proves to us that it renders without crashing. It's not super useful, uh, but I could make this a little bit more useful. I could say It renders a link to the home page. Uh, and so this is a place where Copilot starts to really shine, is that the ability to generate test examples. It can take from context and generate some quick tests. So this to be in the document thing doesn't exist. Uh, so we could do, so we can find things. So this get by text doesn't quite work, but we can give it some options here. I'm going to go to the documentation because we can do a thing that says like, hey, uh, get the links specifically. So if we do, what are we looking at? Screen. Okay, so the helper is guidance for doing custom queries. Yeah, we can do by role. And the roles can let us specify that we want to get a link. So I can say screen get by role, link name home. And there we go. So this, we have a link to home. Where if I was to say, give me a link to homepage, I'm like, no, there's no link to homepage. It doesn't exist. But there is a link to home. So that works. I can say it renders a link to the catalog page. Copilot knows how to generate this test because this test looks a lot like that test. So now I've got some tests validating my navigation works. If I go back to my app file, I can go in here and I can change that content. And now it's saying like, hey, you don't have a link to the catalog page. So this I like. So I'm going to sort of put these in their own groups. I'm going to say describe navigation links. Move that down there. Now I've got a little section of testing for the navigation links. And renders without crashing, that's kind of proved by the other two tests. I'm going to keep those where they are and delete that one. And then I want to have I want to test that when you go to the particular pages that you actually see those pages content. So I'm going to say describe uh, the home route. And I'm going to say it renders the home page. This does a render, but what I want to control in this one is I'm going to control what path we're looking at here. I think, let's see what props are available on a browser router. This takes browser router props. Not quite what I want. So I think there's a different router here. All right, so I can't find it there, but I know that if I import memory router and then replace all of these with memory router, this is a special router that doesn't run exactly the same way as a browser router. It's kind of a fake router. but it'll work just the same for our purposes here as that router. But what we can do is we can control this memory router has initial entries. And an initial entry is a string or a location. And so I can say initial entries is slash. Yeah, I'm getting the still getting the trouble where the homepage text is the same as the link to the homepage text. I'm going to change this for a second and just say that is the homepage and catalog page, so those don't conflict anymore. So here I controlled this that we want to navigate to slash, and we should see the text homepage there. Also describe the catalog route. It renders the catalog page. And that does render the catalog page. I can make sure that that is correct. Yeah, if it's not the full text, it doesn't render the catalog page. It is the full text. It does render the catalog page. Yeah, it's really nice. So I can control my application without actually opening it up. Like we've done a lot of work here without opening a browser. And so if I go to a browser, I can verify. I need to reload these. Oh, I've killed my Vite server. So let me open up a new shell here. We'll start dev. I need to go into the shopping cart directory here, start that server. And you'll see the application works as expected. So I have pretty high confidence in this here. So kind of want to move some things around before committing this. So I've got all this stuff kind of smashed together here. So I want to extract this navigation to be its own component. So I'm going to extract to function in the module scope, and we'll call this navigation. Render that there. I'll move this out to, while we're doing this, I'll look at this. So something happened. I broke the test when I moved that around. Oh, somehow I lost the export there. See question, why would it be better to have a test file rather than running npm start dev and seeing the errors? In theory, I should see the errors in the test file just as well. In practice, I'll probably like do some of both. I'll spend some time in the application, some time in the test. The advantage of the test is what we're seeing right here, is that I modified the source code and the test is telling me that something broke. Like I can do undo and see what happened here. I take my source code back to here. I went too far back. Home page and catalog page. Now I know that everything is still working. So I didn't have to leave my editor, and I knew that I got back to like a good a safe point. It's sort of like almost like autosave in an emulator. right? If I get something broken, it really quickly shows me it broke, and then I can get back to a working state. So here I see that I deleted this. So I can go forward, recreate my navigation, and now I save it, and the test passed. So I know that this was a valid change to my source code because the tests worked. And so it gives me that this confidence to sort of make these changes. I can move this to its own file. Tests still pass. So I don't have to go back and open up the browser again to verify that things are still working. I just look at this test output and I know all of these things are still true for that change that I just made. So I did but I just created a navigation component, but the tests for that navigation are still over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the navigation tests to their own file to be part of navigation. I'll make a navigation test. And we will take these navigation specific tests and move them here. I'll have to copy some of these things. And so now these are nicely contained and scoped all together. And okay, so those tests and this component live together. This app, I don't love that I have these in line together. So I will make some components here for the homepage TSX and the catalog TSX. And I'm just getting to the point where there's like so many files in here. So I'm going to make a pages folder and move catalog and homepage into pages. And I also just want to make a sort of generalized components folder, and I'll move navigation into components. Now that broke everything. It might just be that vtest didn't like that I moved files. No. Okay, so there are some import problems now. App.tsx is importing navigation from the wrong place. So I'll go delete that import and re-import. Now these tests pass. I'm just going to run all tests. No. Navigation test is importing app, but I don't really need to test the whole app here. I'm actually going to take app out of there and just render navigation. I'm kind of making this test a little bit more specific. And then also the navigation component, I think it might need a router to do those links, but let's see if that is the case. Yes. So we do need a router to render links. So we need to keep this in place. But now this test doesn't test the whole app. It's just testing that component. So it's nicely scoped and isolated from everything else. And then I don't have tests for those. I've created those files, but I want to take this code and move the home page code into the home page. The export const home page equals home page. And then we'll take catalog, export const catalog equals render catalog page. And then I have to fix these imports I have to fix this code to render those components. I've got the wrong component here. I wanted home page. And now, so when I go over here, I can tap A or enter to test everything, and all those tests still pass. So I get a lot of confidence that I was able to just, wildly take all my code, split it apart, put it back together in a shape that felt more like what I wanted. Uh, and I know that everything still works the way that I thought it did. So as long as I get all that green there, uh, I'll be happy that my application still works that same way. So the tests are great because they give you pretty good feedback and high confidence that you're not breaking everything just by making these kinds of changes. So this feels like definitely a decent spot to commit. And I'm going to do this in a couple stages. I'm going to do all the configuration stuff together because this could be a single commit. And I'll say we install uh, front end testing support. And then I'm going to put all these together and say, like, basic, let's say, initial front end routing test. Cool. So I'm not quite sure that I love these tests so far, but I'm going to leave them in place because they definitely work. I don't think this is going to say catalog page, and I don't think this is going to say home page. But we can go and I'm going to specifically create some tests for the catalog because we are almost to a place where we can load data for the catalog and render it. So I'll say catalog test file. It has no tests yet. So, okay, so here's an interesting dilemma is that I don't know what content is actually in my test suite, like in my database. I've got all this stuff. It's all in there. Trouble is, if I go to my env file, like a slightly smaller product count for the moment, and I will reset the database. So my first product is handmade rubber bacon. If I reset the database again, I get different data. So that's going to make it difficult to test all the way through the database. But that's all right for now. I'm just going to sort of go on ahead anyway. So I've got my catalog test, and I want to say describe the catalog component. This is the context. That is describe. Don't you like that? Is you're in a different folder? Not pleased by what's going on there, but I'm going to ignore it for a second. I'm going to say it renders all products in the catalog. So we're going to have to do render. Okay, so I'm going to go to one of my other tests and grab stuff from testing library. Oh, wrong place to paste that. catalog test is the file I want to be in. So we'll import that and we'll render catalog. And we'll have to get a memory router. These imports. Quite lost for what is going on here. Is that spelled correctly? I don't know why these tests are so unhappy. They seem to be fixed now. I'm not going to think too much about that. Yeah, I just wasn't sure because it was having trouble finding describe and it. I don't really know what that's all about, but it seems to be happy now. Uh, and see, I'd like to render that. Yeah, and so I'd like to say like, oh, I'd like there to be product one, product two, product three. Let's say I'm going to make an assumption that when I go to this route, I should eventually see the text product one, product two, and product three. So if I go to the catalog component, uh, start to set this up. Returns that. So I'm going to need some data. So we will do, I'm going to use a use effect and use some state. So I'll say products, set products, use state, and then I'll make an effect. Do function, an async function to fetch products. We'll invoke it. And this is going to do, I like this, await fetch API products, get that response JSON, set those products. Uh, this seems okay to me. Invalid URL API products. I think that's because I need the full path. So let's check out what happens if we do I'll just hard code in a URL for a second. Then we get a connection refused. So I would like to get some way to connect this to my server. And kind of hitting like a philosophical point here again, which is, do I want to actually connect this test to my server, or do I want to fake it out in some way? And I'm going to go ahead and say, I want to try to figure out a way to make this test actually hit my real server. I just feel like doing that today. So when I'm running my test, yeah, so let's see how we can do this. All right, so we've got in the test, we want the server to be running. And I guess what I want is that I don't really want my server for my test to be exactly the same server as I'm using for development. So uh, we've got this issue here. We have like Vite Express Listen and the application are the same thing. And so I can't have them like running on different ports or having one server, one copy of the server running for tests and another copy of the server running for development and just looking at stuff. I need to split out my server into the definition of the server and the actual running of the server. So I'll make a new file here. I might actually, yeah, I'll make a new file here. Kind of makes me, I probably want to create a new folder actually, like I have a client folder here. I also want a server folder. And so I'm going to call this is going to be the app. And I'm going to make another file called start. And so I will move some of this stuff that's about starting the server into the start file. So let's say listen is about starting. The port for that is about starting. And then I don't need that in that file. But then app has to be exported. I can import that. And then my server start script changes a little bit. Instead of going to server ts, I'm going to server slash start.ts. Let me go check on my server. Okay, so that'll start the server. I'm going to quickly run over here and I'm going to commit these changes to just the server stuff. So let's close a bunch of stuff. Okay, so change the package file, renamed the script. That's good. I deleted this file, but then I created app and start. I'm going to update. If you click this button in this view, it'll actually show you the changes by folder. And that's nice. So I can just add all of those. So these are the changes that I just made. So I'm going to say separate express app and startup scripts. Okay, so that's a good single change. I can get that committed. So I can start the server, or I can just define the server itself. Uh, so now I've got the server running. I can go to the catalog file and I can import app from correct import. Yeah, so now I have an app. And here I could do app listen. I can, like test port equals something like that. And you can say test server is listening. There's a bit of a challenge here is that like I don't want the test to start running until the server is actually listening. And that's where we'll start with this. If there's problems with this, we can kind of clean them up down the line. But I do need to find a way to delay running any of the code until this has run. And so for that, I want a promise. And I want to do something that runs before these tests and can wait for this. So to do that, I'm going to use a before all block. This says for my test runner, I want to run this function before running any of the other tests. And I can make that an async function. And I can have this return a promise. And defining a promise like this, you get a callback with resolve and reject functions. And so I can control when this promise completes. I don't need async there. So I can move this app listen into here, and I can say resolve. I can say this code, this is going to run before the full test suite runs, and it is going to start that server, and then only when the server is started, then the rest of the code can carry on. So let's see what happens with this. I go over and look at my test runner. Let me clear this out and run it again. Test server listening. Test server listening. That's good. The test server starts up. So if I go back and look at my catalog, the trouble is it's not connecting to the test port. That is all right. I'm gonna have to fix this in a moment, but I'm gonna just hard code this for a moment. Okay, so this is saying it's different now. It's just saying that it didn't find that. So the test server is doing something. I am curious what it is doing. So I haven't defined this route yet. I actually think that should end up being an error. It happens. We catch error fetching products. Don't see that, but I wonder if we can see about to fetch products. Yeah, we do get about to fetch products. Maybe this is printing something out. No. But a request is being made because we see our server is logging out some information. Surprise! Oh, I don't have an error handler in my app. So I'm going to use an app use request response next error. Let's just kind of see. I want like a fall through. So like app use star so that if nothing matches, we can say that it was 404. Res send. Do I set the status on a response object? Or I just did these backwards. It's request response. Still don't get an error there. I wonder, is the server, is this happening? Yeah, that is happening. So this is hitting or not found. I think the issue is that I am calling render, but there's no, like, the test isn't waiting, and there is asynchronous stuff going on. So I need to go figure out how to testing library react await wait for fetch in use effect. Now to test async use effect. So yeah, they've got a component that's doing a fetch. And they say wait for. We can do a wait for expect. Okay, can deal with this. So where does wait for come from? So just do wait for. Move these inside. Okay, so we got about to fetch products, not found, and we got our error fetching products. And then eventually this said I couldn't find your products. So I'm going to update my app route, do app.get API products, and we'll send. I'm just going to start hard code some product data. Can deal with making this more real later. But right now we're just trying to get that test to go end to end and see what happens. Okay, so we didn't get that error now. We actually got that product data, but we never rendered it out to the page. So the test is going to fail. So here, change the ID to, that is, yep, good catch. So, all right, so I've got these products, fetch them, and I'm going to iterate over products. So we will say we have a list of products, map over the products, print out each of the product names. Look at that, the test passes. So again, Copilot knew a lot from context, what I was very likely doing. So yeah, this is nice. TypeScript is complaining because it's saying that product, like none of this is typed. So it says like, hey, be careful there. This might not do what you think it's going to do. I'm going to look past that for a second and figure out the types later. I'll make that like a to do. Make TypeScript happy. Okay. Some other problems here is that you know, like to actually query database, because this is not getting data from my database. Uh, but this is like a good starting point, right? The other issue is that the catalog is, to do not hard code the URL, because this is only going to work in test right now. If I go to here, well, that breaks entirely. So I've done some bad things. I've broken some stuff. I bet I've got a conflict between Vite Express and this 404 that I put in place here. Let's see what happens if I get rid of that. See? Test still passes, so that code was not required for what we did. It it helped us get there, but it wasn't what we were going to be finished with. Okay, so now the front end app is still working, but we have this connection error. So we've got to fix it up so that this URL is not hard coded. So I think what I want to take a look at is, so this localhost thing, I want that to be this. So I'm going to put a log message in here, window location origin. I can see what is that value. So in the test, the location is localhost 3000. And in the browser, it matches what's in the browser. So I want to update this to be location origin. The window dot is implied because it's global. So switching to location origin fixes this. So now our hard-coded product data is coming through from the front end, and the URL is correct. I don't know why. Like, why does the test environment default to localhost 3000? And can I control that? Let's say JS DOM set local set port. Say JS DOM port 3000. Port 3000. Let me see if the JS DOM documentation tells us anything about setting a port. Set the origin, URL. Ah, yeah, URL sets the value returned by window location, document URL, and all that. So why is it 3000? Is in our test setup, we told vtest to use JSDOM. And I bet vtest is doing something with that. So let's search for vtest JSDOM. We want URL. configuring vtest, JS DOM, configurable with transform mode. Not getting control there. So just to be quick, I'm going to go ahead and in my test, for now, I'm just going to use the port that it's using and worry about that later. So now that is working. It is actually connecting to that database. To that server, but the server is not connecting to the database. So let's go to the app file and let's actually query the database. So we'll do exec query, and then I like my little helper that will syntax highlight for me. We'll do select. There we go. SQL select. Let's do ID, and I think I called this title actually. Yeah, I called it title. So we'll select ID title from products, and I've put a lot of stuff in there, so I'm going to put a limit on this just to make sure I don't get too much stuff. And I'll do const, and I'll extract this. So my rows are going to be product. Products does not exist. That's right, because I'm doing store.products. And then we will, instead of sending back this, we'll do the rows. This is rows is going to be called products. So I broke the test, but I want to go look at the browser and see what we've got going on there. We've got a server error. Let's see what this says. Bad things going on in the server. Rows is not defined. That's because I called it products. We reload. Got an error fetching products. Let's see what that says. No information. I'll go look at the server output. Select ID title from store products limits 10. I'm going to go check in. So that should get us something. Is it just that it is? Do console log. Let's see what we got out of here. Getting undefined. I've forgotten to await. Doing asynchronous stuff. Here we are. That is pulling data out of the database. This is nice. Like the test, every time that I'm saving this test is rerunning. It's not exactly the test that I want to run, but it's giving me some information, which is really helpful. And then over here, I've got a list of things, but I think it's the mismatch between title and name. So if I go over to catalog and update this to be product title, all right, this is rendering product information. The test will fail though, because the test is not expecting these product names. So Uh, this is like, I want consistency in the tests, that like I don't want these random product names. I actually do want in the test, I like the names product 1, 2, and 3 because they're very predictable. Um, so like I could go and I could somewhat fix this by going to this and calling this product 1, product 2, product 3, deleting all the other products. And that'll work. It's not going to be very consistent, right? If I go and reset the database and then run the test again, well, now the test fails because the product's name changed. So what I'd like to do is isolate my test database from my real database, which means I actually need two databases. I want one database that I use when I'm opening up the web browser. Some real weird products at this store. Uh, and another database that I use just for testing. Uh, so I'm going to need two databases. So I'm going to go to Postico and go to the local database. And I've been using this one called Shopping Cart, but I'm going to change this. I'm going to have two copies of this database. So I'm going to go to, how I'm controlling this is I have one thing here that I've been connecting to as Shopping Cart, but now I want two databases. So I'm going to have Shopping Cart dev, and the other one is in the test, I'm going to connect to Shopping Cart test. So I'm going to rename that database connection string Shopping Cart dev, and I'm going to do the same in the example environment file. And then I'm going to go to Postico, and I'm going to make a new database, Shopping Cart dev, and another new database, Shopping Cart test. And I'm going to delete the Shopping Cart database. I don't need it anymore. So now, if I go to reset the database, it will have filled in Shopping Cart dev. And so I need a way for my test to be able to create and populate Shopping Cart test. So I'm going to go to my source files, look at the database, go into setup DB, and what I kind of want is this stuff, I want to be common, and this stuff I want to be just for running seed. And then the other issue is that I want exec query, or I want the pool to, I need to change the database URL when running those tests. So I'm going to take setup DB, and I'm going to sort of split this into two parts. Is this name already had, I was calling this setup DB, but the script I was running was reset. So I'm going to make a new file for reset DB, make that uppercase DB to match, and I will take this part out along with the faker stuff. This is that early question, like when, like why is this all in one function? Well, now we have a strong reason to take it out and make it its own function. So we'll take reset DB, we'll make async function seed DB, and we'll move just this seed code in there. That's good. So setupdb does just this, and I don't want to call that here anymore. I'm going to go to resetDB, which is going to have an async function resetDB, and this will call setupdb and seeddb. And so setup needs to be exported from here and imported into here. So now, if you call this function, it'll set up the database and seed it all in one go. But we have access to this function to set up the database without seeding it, so we can use it in our tests. I'm gonna have to go to the package file and change the db reset to use the reset db code. So now I've isolated the setup database code, and we can go and we can use that test. We'll go to the catalog test. And so what the catalog test is doing, one thing it's doing is it is starting the server. Another thing that I want it to do is to set up the database. So one thing I've got to do is I've got to set the process environment database URL to be shopping cart test. We're going to say, before you start all the tests, set that, and then we will run setupdb. Let's see what happens with this one now. If we run all of our tests, now the catalog page has no products. So the last thing you want to do for setting up my tests is await exec query insert into store products. Where we have title, description, price, values, product 1, product 2. And Copilot, really nice, knew how to do that. Run the tests, and those tests pass. So now I've got good isolation. So if I wanted to say, I just want to update that test so I have 4 products, that'll work. Syntax error. Missing that comma. Having extra didn't break it. We can do product 4. This test is not automatically running when I save that file right now. So that passes. Change to product 5. Product 5 isn't in there. Yeah, so this is just all in the test file. So my tests use test data, and the actual site, well, this seems wrong. The actual site is connecting to live data, so I've done something wrong there. I've deleted my real data when running a test. And the test database doesn't actually have anything in it. So let's go and look at what could be going wrong there. I think what's going on there is I'm setting database URL too late. So if we look at the pool, and if I do console log setting up pool and print out the database URL, in the test, it's connecting to shopping cart dev. And that's because this file is getting loaded before this happens, because setupdb is being called here. Yeah, so setupdb is being called after we set up the pool, which means this is definitely happening after the database client is set up. I don't know if I love this, but I should be able to win if I just take this all the way to the top there. And now, no, it's still connecting. Still connecting to the dev database. That's not great. So I've got to figure out some way to set this environment variable before the tests start. And so I think that might be, or vtest, there is something like global setup. Uh, so I can create a file that will run before everything else runs, and vtest will load that. If I make global setup, let me call this global test setup.ts. And this file's only purpose is to set that environment variable. Must export setup teardown or have a default export. So let's see if we do export default function. There we go. That works. And now we win. So this happens before the test runs. Now if I go to do reset database, I get nice looking test products here, or I thought I would get nice looking products there. I have no products there. DB reset is running shopping cart dev. Why? Ah, because here I'm not calling the full reset function, so I wasn't getting seed. I was just calling setup, but I actually want to call reset DB entirely. Okay, so now through the browser, I get this data, and the tests get this data, and they don't impact each other at all. So I'm quite happy with that. Yeah. All right, we've got a lot of stuff going on here. I've got some log messages that I didn't really want in place the way that we put them in there. So that is fine. I don't mind seeing the queries going on. That's fine. And I do, there were any other messages that I didn't really care for. Yeah, I didn't want this message. Test server listening, that seems fine. Didn't really want that one. Server listening messages seem fine to me. So there are, oh, I'm going to run out of battery someday. That's fine. I'll just be back 1 second. I'm going to go steal a power cable. All right, I am back and should be plugged in. Uh, so, all right, there's a handful of things that aren't great about this. One of them is that there's not great type support here. So right now, what's going on? If we go to catalog, uh, this data is not typed. And so TypeScript can't really do much to help us here because it says like, hey, I don't know. It's saying that product is never type. And so that is not great. So that it says because I didn't give a type to this state. Uh, so to do that, I have to I'll start by just declaring a type here. So I'll do an interface, which is product, and a product has an ID, which is a number, and a title, which is a string. And Copilot is helping out there. And I can say that this use state is going to store a product array. And now this type is happy. Slight problem here is that because this is being parsed from JSON, this type is actually not correct. It's setting products as any, but I'm setting a thing that's expecting an array of products. And it just so happens that that is what the server is sending. But if the server decided to not send that, like what if the server said, I'm just going to get the title, the ID, and the description? Well, now the application breaks. And this goes like that. So now we sort of have like TypeScript isn't really helping us the way it's supposed to be helping us because TypeScript thinks, because we've told it, hey, don't worry, friend, this is going to be a thing with an ID and a title. But it's not. Because we had to go from the server to the client and server, the types, it's just sort of, it gets whatever it is given. And TypeScript isn't able to connect those things together to figure out that it's not getting that data. I'm going to go back to app and fix that momentarily. So it's not the greatest, but the application does work. We just don't have the greatest help from TypeScript here. In fact, we don't have very great support here because exec query says that the type is any. It's an array of any because it doesn't know the type from the database. Like I'm saying select ID and title, but TypeScript doesn't know that that's what I'm going to get back. I can do a similar type here. I could say interface product, which has ID as number, title as string, and I can tell TypeScript that it should expect that's a little thing here too, is that this type, I'm thinking about query, is that query can take a type. And then that'll say, okay, the results rows are going to be typed like this. But because I made this wrapper function, I don't actually know what type that's going to be. But I can say the result type is going to pass through the saying result type has to extend query result row. So I say extends query result row. I have to import from PG. That makes that happy. Still getting any, but I can say that this is going to be of type product. And now TypeScript knows that it's going to get back an array of product. But yet again, right? We're kind of lying to TypeScript. We're saying, hey, trust me, this is going to be that. But if I change this to be ID and description, yet again, the data that we get back is not going to match the type that we have said we're going to get back. So, and this is happening at these boundary points. Can look back here is that we have sort of three systems that are running code. We have the Express app is running code. We have the React app is running code, and Postgres is running code. And these are all their own little programs. And every time that data goes between these programs, it has to go over the internet. And every time that we do that, we lose the type information. So Postgres knows its types. TypeScript for Express knows its types. React knows its types through TypeScript. But here we're doing stuff like, JSON.stringify and JSON parse. I don't know exactly what we're doing here, but we're doing some sort of stringify and parse step here. And every time we cross that boundary, the tooling doesn't know about what's happening there. And so we lose the more specific type information. So the part of the system that has the most authority to say what the types are is the database. The database is like pretty strict about those types. We did create table. The table has structure. It's built into the database. What would be great is if we could say, hey, database, you tell us what the types are and let that information flow throughout the rest of the system. And luckily, such a system exists. So this is a system, a script called kennel. There are other tools that will do this. This is just the one that I happen to be the most familiar with, where this will generate types for TypeScript from the database itself. And we can reuse those in other places in the system. So I'm going to go and install this. And we're going to need a configuration file. So we'll go look at the documentation. I need a file like this. I wonder if this will generate anything. So let's do npx kennel. Nope. Seems like does not have any sort of initializers. So I'm going to have to create this file for myself. But I can, so this is doing a lot more than I really need it to do. I want a simple example. Okay. I guess I'm going to have to do this. So I'm going to make a kennelrc.ts. Yeah, we do dot kennelrc. And we'll go in here and do import config from kennel. And do export default is a type, so we'll do const config is a kennel config equals that object, and we'll do export. I think I've got to do, yeah, it's a default export. Export default config. The same, we're missing some properties, so this is, I'll use the helpful TypeScript thing to add the missing properties. And there we go. So I want the process env database URL. Means I'm going to need a similar thing to what we did in the database pool, where I need the .env stuff. So I'm going to move .env config there. Don't need pool, but I do want it to require a database URL. And then I don't know what other configuration options I have. Seems fine to me. I'm just going to see what this does. Say tell it to use TypeScript file. No, it does not know how to use TypeScript, so I'm going to have to rewrite this as JavaScript. That's fine. I think their example had a way to define this type without using TypeScript. So you can kind of like sneakily use TypeScript inside of JavaScript files with special comments. So I still get the TypeScript help. It's going to be yeah, still get help there. Make sure I don't get help there. I'm just going to go classic JavaScript for a second. No TypeScript help at all. But let's see if cannot use import statement outside of a module. So yeah, all the way back to good old friend require. We can do module exports equals. Yeah, so we got another viewer in here working on getting type definitions pulled out of our database and generated for us. I'm using a tool called Cannel. We're just wrestling with JavaScript versus TypeScript. What do you mean this file doesn't exist? Did I name it weirdly or put it in a strange place? Hey, Kyle. Yeah, I'm just going through, stumbling my way through building a shopping cart app using some TypeScript stuff. Right now, I'm, as I said, trying to get some proper types for my database. And I've got to tell it a output path. Yeah, I'm sort of starting to flag a little bit, so I might try to like just get to the point where I get these types uh, put in place as I wish, and then put a final commit in place. I'm not entirely sure what I want my schedule to be. I'm having a good time, so I'll probably keep on doing this. I probably need to like think through how often and how long I want to be doing this, but I'm sure I'll be doing this at least another time next week. And I'm also thinking it's been going for quite a while, so I probably want to like maybe like create some sort of quick summary for like if anybody wants to catch up. Uh, I need an output path. So that I've been looking at here. And so this gives us an output path. So that's just a string pointing to where I want these types. So I'm going to go for the output path is going to be source types and just see what that does. All right, that created a file for me. So let's go see what that made. Put it in source types store. So that's got buyer schema and product. And so this has pulled uh, the information that it gets about our database and created a handful of type definitions for us. This is split up into a couple kinds of types. So this is the type for what we should expect when we read from the database. So all of these fields are required, so they're always going to have a value if we get them. And then this is what we should expect, the type we need to fulfill if we're going to insert. So we don't have to specify an ID, but we do have to specify title, description, and price. And then we get another type for what type do we need to fulfill uh, if we're going to make a change. So we don't have to specify anything if we're going to make a change. But this is the type that we've been looking for everything. So I'm happy to use this type. And if we go to the server we've been building, rather than using this type, I can say this is going to give us back products. And I'm going to go ahead and for now say I want to select everything. So that'll match that type. And we can do the same thing on our catalog page. Now, instead of defining our own type here, we can use that same type through here. And now all of that is sort of owned by the database. Tells us what things are. All right, so we've done quite a bit here. I'm going to go look at our git diff and see how we can make this a little bit more sane. So guess I think I can slice out and just do the code for the type generation stuff. Let me close a bunch of these files so we can just look at what we want to do. So if you look at this, so the DB reset, that's not strictly part of the type generation. So I'm just going to stage this file, stage this line, and the package file change, this is all to do with the type generation. So we can add that. And then the kernel config file, this is also part of that. And then the generated code also is part of that. So I'm going to take these as one commit them together. So we will this commit generates TypeScript types from the database schema with cannel. And I will commit longer than 50 characters if I want to. I think the next thing that I can do as a clean bit is I rearranged some of this database code to take in a type, tell us about setting up the pool. I split up these functions. So I originally had a setup database that did seeding, and I wanted to split that out. So I think I can make this change. I can stage everything from the database directory and this change to the script, because that changed which file we entered to do our database reset. That's part of the test. That's part of the test. That's part of the test. That's something that can be done by itself. So I think this is fair to commit by itself. So I can say this commit separates the notion of creating the DB schema from loading seed data. And then what's left over are, well, I've got some to-dos left over. Let's see if I've actually cleaned those up. So we did get rid of hard coding the URL there. And we did make TypeScript happy. It was a bit of a journey. So that leaves all of these changes do go together. As we tested loading data and rendering it, we loaded data and rendered it, and we built an API endpoint that serves that data. And we needed the global test set up so that we could have access to that database. What is the complaint here is that process is part of Node, and I don't have those types available here. So I think to deal with that, I need to go to my TS config and add Node to the types. Yeah. No, still loading. Yeah, I think it is right. I probably do have to install the type definitions for Node, which is, yeah, not installed. So I will install those. Don't need, do I need, is that what I need in lib? No. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure how to, oh, TS config is including source, but it's not including global test. Not including that file. Including that file makes it work, but I don't know because I made a couple other changes here. And I don't know if I actually need this one. Yeah, so I think that's a good reason to keep that file somewhere closer to the source directory. I don't know if I love having it just hang out alongside all the application code, but for now it feels okay and better than putting a bunch of stuff in the include. So what does that do? Got the node types, so I want to take those, stage those together. This commit installs type definitions for node. Now all of these together are about the test and the implementation for rendering the products. So I feel pretty good about adding all these together. This is test and implementation for basic product listing. And I feel pretty good about that. And like my voice would like a rest. So I'm going to call that pretty much a day. I will go to GitHub and I will make a repository for this, which I will be the owner. Call this the shopping cart. Simplistic shopping cart demonstration in TypeScript. React in PostgreSQL. Private. We'll push an existing repository. All right, that is all up. 27 commits. Oh my, which is not bad. And I think, yeah, I might try to write something up or create some sort of overview of what I did today, but I'm not going to do that live because I'm getting tired and my voice wants rest. So anybody who has been here and watching, thank you so much. I had a good time. I hope that I will learn more about what it is I'm doing here, but it has been fun so far.